Hello, everybody. We're live, March 19th. Not a lot of people here just yet, but this is the official stream for the March 19th, 2024 primaries. So, if everything's working, I think we'll get this thing going. More people will show up as time goes on, hopefully. But we're doing another stream, and it's been a couple weeks. We did Super Tuesday, so hopefully you were around for that one, but you can't make all the streams. People have busy lives. I get it. So today we're looking at mostly Ohio, the U.S. Senate, Republican primary. That's the big one. There's other stuff. Hello. Thanks for showing up. Swinger and Justin Whitmer Mike Cell. Hello. Glad you could make it for the beginning. We've got a little bit of time before some polls close. These are the races we're looking at today. We do have presidential primaries still, but those are pretty much over. It's going to be Biden and Trump, but Arizona is going to do their primary. Same with Florida, Kansas as well, and Illinois and Ohio. They have other races that we're going to be taking a look at besides president. Hi, Lap Entertainment. Bernie Sanders. Good to have people flowing in. Just 2 minutes in. We started on time again. That's usually how it goes. You love my videos. I appreciate that. Missy D, thanks a lot. Hopefully everybody loves the videos. That's why you made it here. 1 or 2 minutes into the stream. So yeah, it's gonna be kind of just a bit of hanging out until we have some results. That should be in about 30 minutes. We should be looking at Ohio. And, or actually Florida, 7 p.m. Eastern. That should be closed. That could be something to look at right away. So, that'll give us something to do. And then we're going to have Illinois. And we'll also look at Kansas, Arizona. But not much happening there. Ohio, that's the big one. Who's going to take on Sherrod Brown for the Republicans? It's a big race. Balance of power could be at stake. Is it going to be Bernie Moreno? Is it going to be Matt Dolan? Probably not Frank LaRose at this point. It looks like he kind of sank. So everybody that's showing up, just getting off work, maybe school, whatever you're doing, good to have you stopping by. This is the schedule. There's also the upcoming schedule. Not a lot after today. We've got some more presidential primaries over the next few weeks. There's not exactly a lot of action. If we get into April, it's kind of the same thing. End of April, early May, that's when things really start taking off. It'll be 6 months out then once we get into May. That's going to be when the race really starts to take shape. As I always say in my videos, it's early. Things can change. And we're not even 6 months till Election Day. So a lot can change. All right, let's put this up so we can have something to look at. Okay. Your state is Florida. You're an independent. You can't vote in the Republican primary. Even if you did switch your party, it wouldn't be worth it. And you've got a local mayor's race going on. All right. That is true. There could be some more local races super down ballot in some of these states. It's not really what I cover going down that far, but definitely it matters if you're from that area. All right, we've got the Florida presidential primary going. Gives us something to take a look at. Let's see. Got a lot of vote here in Osceola. Jacksonville got some vote coming in. Uh, do I think Texas 15 will go Democratic this year? Democrat unseating Monica De La Cruz. That is that district, that long, narrow district, right? Going down to the border. The De La Cruz district. You know, the trends there have been toward the right. You know, I can't speak to the specifics about the candidates in that district. I don't know if De La Cruz is the incumbent now, then. She should have an advantage. I would think that the Democrats are not really going to contest it too much. I don't know who they're putting up. I'll look more at that as we get closer to the election to see if there's any competitive races in a district like that. And there's so many numbers, a lot of seats in Texas. It's hard to remember every number, but we also got Myra Flores running again against Vicente Gonzalez and Henry Cuellar. That should be those are three districts to take a look at, but I would still think De La Cruz should win unless she is under some sort of a scandal or something. And yeah, Colin Allred in that U.S. Senate there for the Democrats. We saw that on Super Tuesday. He avoids the runoff. He's going to go up against Cruz. And Ted Cruz, can he do it again? I would say he's likely to win, but there's no guarantees 7 months out if Cruz is going to be able to win that seat. He should, but you never know. So here's Florida. This is a key state. Should go to Trump. I did put out my best case scenario videos for Biden and Trump today and yesterday. So hopefully you've taken a look at those. Maybe you agree with a lot of it. Maybe there's a couple of tweaks you would make. That works. I couldn't quite put Florida as safe for Trump on a best case scenario. Maybe in a few months, but I couldn't go for that just yet. Yeah, Allred is going to be lesser known, that's for sure. But he's got plenty of time to craft his campaign, get his message out, see how the national environment shapes up. Obviously, immigration is a key topic in Texas, along the border. That should theoretically help out Cruz. I don't think Cruz is the most likable guy. I've said that plenty of times. But Allred, he's going to go for that suburban appeal. He's going to try to run it up around Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston suburbs. But I'm glad people showed up. Glad people want to spend a little bit of time here on another primary election day, 2024. I wasn't sure we are going to get this stream off the ground, but it ended up working out. So I figured, let's do it. Let's do another stream. Let's see if people want to hang out on an election day. So we're 20 minutes from Ohio. And that's going to be close. People think it's going to be Marino. Some people think it's going to be Dolan. I don't think many people think it's going to be LaRose. Okay, yeah. I would have that district at lean R as well. Michelle Vallejo. I'm not familiar with all the local challenges on many house races. There's just way too much to follow, especially many months out. But it's definitely important if you're, again, from that area, even just from Texas. But I forgot what her margin was last time, but I think she won. It wasn't extremely narrow for De La Cruz. All right. It's going to be a Marino. Yeah, I would lean towards that based on the momentum. Late breakers looks like they might be breaking for Marino. Democrats seem to want to go up against Marino, that he would be the weaker candidate in the general. That's the theory. Maybe it pans out, maybe it doesn't. But it should be at least close enough. And Frank LaRose, he fell. It seemed like he was probably going to be the guy like 6 months ago, but he really tailed off. Marino will win the GOP nomination, but Dolan is leading in the polls. Well, there was an Emerson out. Here's the Ohio polling for that Senate election. Emerson put one out recently, I think yesterday, and they had Marino up by 4. Still undecideds in this race. But there's another poll that showed Dolan up 2. It should be close. So we're going to be looking at that race. That's going to be the marquee race tonight. But there's going to be some more down ballot stuff. Ohio, Illinois, and California. They're having their special election, the primary to replace Kevin McCarthy. That's in the 22nd district, I believe. That's going to be one to take a look at. Yeah, Tester up by 2. I'm sure I saw that one. It's going to be a great race. Do you think she has the support to defeat Tester, or does Tester have enough support to hold on? Well, as I always say, it depends where we're at. I mean, if this were a week out from Election Day, there's going to be more confidence. But 7 months out, I mean, if the election were right now, I would think Tester is going to hold on. Because again, yeah, he does have that name recognition. He's durable. At Tester, people know him. They don't think he's on the fringe. But I assume he's got enough money to run a campaign to get his name recognition up and challenge Tester. But I think the national environment is going to be a key. I usually say that, but it's true. This is still March. We got to get through the spring. We got to go through the summer. Who knows what scandals might come up, what issues are going to be at play. All right, let's go back to Florida. Texas Democratic Convention. Allred is attending. That'll be good for him. Okay, I would assume Allred would be involved in a Texas Democratic event. Tester won't win again. I've heard that. I've heard that. There's no way Tester can win. That's a race that gets people on all sides saying there's no way he could win, and there's people saying he's probably going to win. It's just very far out. I don't think anybody should have a lot of confidence in March or even April. But as of right now, yeah, it looks like it's going to be competitive. Tester. It's probably a good fit for the state. But now we know that Rosendale is at least not going to give it a second run. Yeah, Tester could lose in the end. He could. My prediction has it at a tilt for Tester. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt 7, 8 months out, but it could change. I mean, we saw Andy Beshear win re-election in Kentucky. And people might think, well, how could this guy win? This is a super red state. Well, he has crossover support. He has high popularity. And it's true Trump was not on the ballot in that Kentucky governor's election. But doesn't mean even with higher turnout with Trump on the ballot, that tester cannot get a decent amount of crossover vote with his high popularity. I try to keep people open on expectations. I rarely say something can or cannot happen. J.R. Majewski didn't drop out. Yeah, he did drop out, didn't he? That is going to be a race to look at to see if who's going to go up against Marcy Kaptur in that Toledo district, that Northwest Ohio district. It's red on paper, but yeah, I guess Majewski was not the right guy last time. So we'll see if more people show up. Hopefully, we get a decent crowd today. Super Tuesday was all right. Hopefully, the stream doesn't go down. Hopefully, a lot of good things happen here. 41% in Florida, in case anybody's interested. What do we got? We got Broward. Trump's leading big time in Broward. So we're about 13 minutes from Ohio. And what are the races you guys are going to be taking a look at tonight? Anything tonight? I know Illinois is going to have some primaries for the U.S. House that are going to be worth taking a look at. They would be safe in the general election, probably, but in the primaries, something could happen. And then there's also the open primary aspect. It's always hard to remember which states have open or semi-open primaries or closed primaries. How far back could somebody change their registration to vote in the other primary? It does get a little bit complicated. DeSantis, this is his home state. He's still pulling in 3.6. All right. Will Miami-Dade stay red? From the governor's election, staying red? I don't think it would, but I think it could get more narrow than the 2020 presidential. But you never know. I didn't think it would be that red in the midterms last time, but it was pretty red. Yeah, you think it'll go back blue? Yeah, I would think it would go blue. But Pinellas, which way is Pinellas gonna go? That's the question. All right, so we're starting slow. We just got Florida here, and again, the schedule is here. These are the races we're looking at today. We got these 5 states: Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, Ohio. 3 of those states are only having their presidential primaries. Illinois and Ohio, they've got congressional action. And then we've got some other future races, but nothing really exciting. This is just presidential stuff, and the The presidential races are pretty much locked up at this point. It's going to be Biden, it's going to be Trump. So the next real bit of action again starts late April, Pennsylvania. That's going to have some Senate and House races. Then we got May. May is when it heats up. Going to see a lot of action in May. Yeah, Illinois. They've got the Mike Boston, the Bailey race. That's true. It's a super red district. We'll be following that. Take a look at it. Why haven't they called Florida? I think the polls are still open um, in the Panhandle. I think that is my guess. Two time zones for Florida. They've got some Eastern and they've got some Central. But yeah, it's gonna be a big one for Trump. And 8 minutes until Ohio. This gives people time to free themselves up to get on the stream. Maybe you're listening to this on the go. That works. But yeah, there's not a ton of action here tonight, but there's enough, I think, just enough to take a look at. I was able to do the stream. I figured let's do it. Let's get one going. Let's see what happens in Ohio and some of these other states. And hope everybody's enjoying the other content. The daily videos, putting one up every day, still at least one. Got the best case scenario videos up today and yesterday. It's always going to be some different opinions. We've got some spinner battles going on Saturdays. And last Sunday, we took a look at Texas for 2024, the shifts, the changes, the recent political history. A lot of people seem to enjoy that video and that series. Ohio's the big state for action. But Illinois has the U.S. House primaries as well. Florida's House primaries are, those are later on at some point. All right. So hopefully everybody's having a reasonable enough day. And it's nice that you decided to spend a little bit of time here on this channel. It's good to get some live interaction. It's not the same as watching the videos. This is real time. Got a bunch of tabs open. I got New York Times ready to go. So we're just waiting. We're waiting for Ohio. It's too bad there's no runoffs in Ohio. Somebody's probably going to win that with 40% of the vote. All right. So, were you able to make it to the previous streams? I always like to know how many people were able to show up last time, maybe the time before. We've done Iowa, we've done New Hampshire. It's good to get some return viewers, return streamers. Hope everybody's voting in the community poll tabs. Got some good results there about banning TikTok. Some passionate views. It's good stuff. The community poll for Ohio looks like Bernie Moreno is the clear winner for who people think is going to win. But you can't count out Matt Dolan completely. He was leading in some of these polls. We go back here. He was up in that East Carolina U poll by 2. But he was only at 33%. I suppose there's an outside chance somebody does hit 50%. That'd be wild. If after all that, Moreno clears 50. Probably not, but we'll see. But yeah, Emerson, they put out a couple in the past 2 weeks. They had one with Dolan up 3 here last week. And then they put out a new one with Moreno up 2, 44-40. Meanwhile, Sherrod Brown, he's just sitting back. He's waiting to see who his competition is going to be. I'm sure he's got plenty of attack ads ready to go. All right. 61% in the Sunshine State. And we're only a few minutes away from the Buckeye State. Maybe it'll be a late night, but probably not. Hopefully this will just, we could do maybe a few hours. Usually we go pretty late though. I like to get most of the results in before I shut it down. All right. So anybody just showing up, welcome. Glad you can make it for a March 19th primary stream. We're doing it live. And hopefully we could do some more streams between now and election day. Not sure how that's going to go. It's always tough to know what's going to happen in a couple weeks. But election day in November, that's going to be the big one. That one could go pretty late. That might even take days or even longer. Hopefully not. Hopefully we just get a result and a winner shortly after midnight. Something like that. It's going to be rough if it drags on for days and days. Florida, yeah, they tend to count their votes. They get it done. That's what you want to see. Definitive results quickly. So there's Miami-Dade, by the way. Haley doing worse there than Broward. Still nothing in Palm Beach. Not that this really matters at all in an uncompetitive primary here at this point. All right, so Ohio. That's going to be polls closing right now. So we'll wait for the vote dump. It should pop in at some point. Could be really, really soon. Yeah, it's good to get votes counted quickly. I don't think it's fun for anybody to have to drag it on for days or longer. You're in a super red county in Florida. Sounds good. Not sure exactly where every county is, but we've got the main ones down. That's all we really need to know. All right, waiting on Ohio, waiting for something to pop up. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Matt Dolan, who got in third place in the Republican primary just 2 years ago? He finished behind J.D. Vance and Josh Mandel. He's back again. 2 years ago, he was not really all that liked by the Trump base. He was viewed as too establishment, too moderate, too probably a rhino. Now he's had to try to get rid of that image. How well did he do? It's pretty much a two-way race between Dolan and Marino, based on the polling. Frank LaRose, he's fallen out of it. And that's kind of disappointing for LaRose. He's already in statewide office. People know who he is. He should have an advantage. But looks like he's going to get in third place in this race. He seemed like he might be the guy 6 months ago, but he had some setbacks on some of the amendments there in Ohio. And plus, the Trump endorsement that went to Marino. Frank LaRose, a big upset. Yeah, I mean, seems very unlikely based on the last polls where he's at. He's only around 20%, but yeah, the margins, it seems like it's going to be under 50% for somebody. That seems to be what I'm expecting. Under 50, probably under 45. But the late breakers, I don't know. They could go toward Marino. He's got that Trump endorsement. Maybe there's people who weren't really following politics and they just break for Marino. He's backed by Trump. That might be enough for some of these people at the end. But then the open primary factor, that's another thing. If you're supporting Sherrod Brown, there's no primary there. He's the nominee. You might want to jump into this one. If I'm not sure how far back you had to declare what you're going to do or change your party registration, but if any Democrats were able to cross over, they could get in on this one. And then they might prop up Marino if he's perceived to be weaker in the general election. Or they might vote for Dolan because maybe he's the more moderate candidate. DeWine, yeah, DeWine endorsed Dolan. I'm pretty sure, yeah. That's a tough break for LaRose. He doesn't even get the endorsement of his own governor. And Dolan got the endorsement of Rob Portman, former U.S. Senator. It's another split between establishment and non establishment. Either way, Sherrod Brown, he's not sweating this out tonight at all. Yep, Rob Portman. So we've got nothing so far. I could refresh. Doubt that's good. Oh no, we do have something now. This might be another night where I actually have to refresh, but we've got Franklin County is in 1%. Matt Dolan in the lead. It's not enough to really jump to any conclusions, but I would guess Dolan would have more success in Franklin County. 9% in here. That is the most populous county in the state. Also be looking at Delaware County. That's suburban Columbus. All right. Do I have to refresh? I hope not. So Dolan at 45.7. And the Illinois polls, I think that's it at the top of the hour. 8 p.m. Eastern. So we got another 23 minutes until we get Illinois. Here's the presidential primary for Ohio. This should be a big Trump state. But here in Franklin, Trump is still at 62. So Trump is at 62 with that 9% in, and Dolan is at 46 with that same 9% in. Biden, 92 in Franklin County. So the race to take a look at here, maybe the 6th district Republican primary. This is the special election. Well, there is a special election to replace Bill Johnson. I believe that's happening today. And in California, they just had their primaries 2 weeks ago, but they're doing it again for that Kevin McCarthy seat for that special election primary. I wish they would have done it 2 weeks ago when they had their primaries, but they're doing it today. Still 1% in. Oh, yeah, that's what I was just saying. 6 for Bill Johnson. Yeah, he retired or stepped down or left Congress. There are some under the radar races happening. So, yeah, if you're from this state or any of these states, theoretically you should know more about what's happening locally. Still nothing else here. And 20 minutes from the top of the hour. I actually bumped the stream up 30 minutes. So we started about 30 minutes prior to where I initially announced it. Figured have some more time to cover what's happening, see if anybody has questions or comments, Hopefully everybody's enjoying the channel, all the videos. You don't have to like all of them, but we'll say half of them. And yeah, now we're over 2 years. 2 weeks ago, we did the 2 year anniversary of the channel. So we're on year 3 now. We're starting 3 years. Hopefully we can get the subscribers up before election day. We are over 2,300 now. Let's get that to 24, 25, 3,000, and so on. Seems doable. And nothing else here in Ohio. Not sure exactly who's going to do better in which part of the state. Apparently, all of them are generally from around the Cleveland area. But I would guess Marino would do better in the rural counties. Special election Ohio, you don't think they will elect someone big for the Democrats? Yeah, that is a really red district. It's very, very red in the general election. But this district, yeah, here's the district. And I guess Michael Ruley is the little bit more moderate candidate. Reggie Stoltzfus, I think, is the less moderate candidate. That's based on my glance at this race. But again, you might be from here. This is a big deal. All right, let's go back. Florida, 75 in. Trump sitting at just about 80. And in Miami-Dade, he's got 85. That is a good sign for Trump. All right, here's a little bit more on Ohio. Small vote dump. Stark County, 20% in. Matt Dolan with the lead. I wish there was a predicted market for this race. Unless they just added it, I did not see one on predicted at least. So we'll see if people are panicking already. Is Matt Dolan going to win? We've got a tiny amount of vote in. Matt Rogers, thanks for doing this. Thank you for showing up. I wouldn't do it if people didn't want to see it. So glad you were able to stop by and get in on the live stream. All right, pulling for Matt Dolan. Now, there's different motivations behind that. Some people think Matt Dolan would be more likely to beat Sherrod Brown. Not sure if that's exactly what you're going for. Dennis Kucinich, he's running. What is he running for? Is he running again? I know he tried to go for Cleveland mayor. That didn't pan out. Well, if Kucinich is running again tonight, that's entertaining. I was actually not exactly aware of that. But Kucinich, he's eager to get back into office if he's actually running again. Here we go. We've got some more here. We've got Warren County. Here's Marino leading. 21% in. So Kucinich is in the seventh. I gotta look this up. We're talking about the U.S. House? Or is he going for state senate or something? We'll come back to that. But, uh, oh yeah, he was he not on that list? Yeah, you said independent. So he's not going to even be on here then. I guess they don't cover that on New York Times. Hmm, that's good though. Kucinich. Um, only thing it will take for results to come in to call the Senate nominee. Oh, probably at least a couple of hours, I would guess, unless it turns out to be a blowout. But I hope it doesn't drag on into the next day. Hopefully, we get an answer here pretty soon. Or, I mean, in like an hour or two. All right, now the votes start to come in. Wasn't there just a county right here that disappeared that had Marino up? I think I blinked and it disappeared. But we've got some ashland in here. And let's glance back at Florida real quick. Okay. Presidential primary. This is Rust Belt territory. Trump should be at his best unless again Democrats crossed over. They decided they're going to vote for Haley if they were able to do so. Uh, Gadsden County, super close in Florida. Okay. 55% of the vote in. Haley leading Ramaswamy and Christie. Trump not even in the top three there. I'm gonna check on that one later. Morgan County. Not sure what that's in reference to. All right, we got a little bit more in here. Dolan up by 3 points. Who do I think will win this primary? I mean, I'd have to. I'm slightly lean toward Marino. He seemed like the late breakers were going toward Marino. There wasn't a ton of polling. It showed it close, but I'm guessing the late breakers, the people who weren't following this race, they're going to go for Marino, I guess. And Democrats that might have decided to cross over, they might be going for Marino because of the perception that he will be easier to beat in the general. I'm not sure if that's true. And now we got a lot of vote in now. Now it's basically a tied race. A lot of rural counties coming in now. Marino, he's leading Dolan, but not by huge margins. Here it's a little bit more than a couple of points. Huge lead here in Trumbull. And even Frank LaRose. Okay, Marino has taken the lead. LaRose leading in some of these counties. Good stuff. We got anything here? No. So this is close. Still very early, only 7%. But the 50, somebody getting 50%, that looks Very, very, very unlikely. And even 45%, as I was saying, that seems unlikely. Somebody might win this thing with 40%. Reno will do good in South Ohio by Cincinnati. Could be. Ashland County. Competitive, or is it solid Republican? I don't think this is competitive. I think this is a red county. In the primary for president, Trump's up with 75%. More split than I thought. Yeah, still early, but let's get into the 20s. We'll see if Frank LaRose completely drops off or if he actually ends up pulling in some decent vote here, like he's getting in Southeast Ohio. Ninth district. Oh yeah, let's get that one up. That's the Majewski district. It's not going to be him this time. So who are people looking at in this district? I hear it was wide open, but I haven't really looked into key endorsements in this race. Oh, they just changed right there as Lucas County comes in. That's where a lot of the vote is. So it's a good race. Let's go back. All right, we've got 10% in, and this thing is pretty much tied up between Marino and Dolan. Complete scattering of counties so far. But by the end of the night, it might look different. The second Ohio district has a four-way tie. Okay, I could try to pull that up. There we go. Yeah, there you go. That's true. That's interesting. So 10%. And if you thought Frank LaRose was going to do nothing, as of right now, he's doing more than nothing. Craig Rydell? Not sure about the last name, but we'll say Rydell. Seems more establishment. All right. And he is still nothing here, but we'll come back to these races. The main event is right here. Ohio, U.S. Senate, GOP primary. Who's going to go up against Sherrod Brown, the three-term incumbent Democrat in this increasingly red state? We're going to find out, presumably tonight, who it's going to be. It's probably going to be Marino or Dolan. And we're up to 25 people. So, welcome everybody. Somehow we have more in this than Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday had a lot of different races. But good stuff so far. Sure, people are just getting off of work. Maybe they just got out of class. Maybe they're out doing whatever they need to do and they're right here on Political Excess following this live stream. Either way, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully everyone remembers to like, share, and subscribe so we get this channel up even more. So we're waiting on Cuyahoga. good chunk of vote there. I would guess Dolan is going to do better there. And in Lucas County, Marino, slight lead. Florida, waiting on a call here. Yeah, the other time zone thing, I thought they closed an hour later in the Panhandle, but maybe not. Maybe in 5 minutes they'll call it. But we do have for president, Ohio called for Trump. It's called for Biden. Trump at 73 right now, 12% of the vote in. And now we've got Dolan. These guys are swapping it. Dolan on top. Favorable vote dump for Dolan. Where is it though? Still we have the same. See, Franklin County starts us off with 9% of the vote in, and then they do nothing after that. Here we got it. Here we have an absolute dead tie. Look at this. Dead even. 326 votes apiece. You're not going to see that too often. Fulton County, not to be confused with Fulton County, Georgia. So the community poll I had on the community tab, I asked who's going to win this race a few days ago. It was overwhelming Marino. He was in the lead. So late breakers, maybe they're going for Marino, maybe they're not. Maybe Democrats, some of them have crossed over. Independents, they're going to vote in this and vote for Dolan. Maybe they want to prop up Marino. Maybe he's easier to beat in the general, maybe not. A lot of different competing narratives here. Okay, today's going to be a good night for the Ohio's people. Well, this is their big day to cast their votes for who's going to be going up in November. Okay, in this 6th district, we've got Ruley in the lead by about 8 to 9. And the polls in Illinois should be closing in about 2 minutes. So we should get some results there. Be bouncing around, but the main focus is going to be here in Ohio. It's a big statewide race. Can the Republicans take down Sherrod Brown? Trump is going to be on the ballot. Can he? Oh, and now Marino has just jumped into the lead. Can the Trump turnout cause this seat to flip for the Republicans? J.D. Vance won it 2 years ago. He beat Tim Ryan. That was an open seat. Brown, he's been in there a while. People know who he is. Just like Tester in Montana. All right, Marino up big in Mahoning. Okay. Uh, do I think RFK will be a spoiler? Uh, not. I mean, it depends how you want to look at it. I think other people think so. I don't really think so. But if somebody does win a state with under 50% of the vote, that's kind of where I might be able to think. Nobody won a majority. Maybe somebody should win a majority. But generally not, because he's an independent. used to be a Democrat, still has a lot of Democratic principles. He's gotten some Republican support. So I wouldn't say he's really a spoiler. If he's able, he's got to get on all these ballots. I mean, he's got work to do. He's got to get funding. He's got to get all the signatures for ballot access. And if he's on every state and runs a legitimate race, then it's fair game. Okay, Bernie Moreno for Senate. He's got a bit of a lead. We'll see if it holds. I didn't know you left, but you're back. Yeah, we got 13% in now. For president, it's called for Trump and Biden. Not a surprise in the slightest. And Olivia, you're late. You couldn't miss this. Hey, thanks for showing up. I know you've been around on some of the streams. Frequent commenter. Nice that you were able to make it. Surprised about Tim Ryan losing. I thought maybe he had a chance. Yeah, that whole time in that election, I had it going likely Republican. I don't think I changed that race once. So that was over 5 points for the Republican. And that panned out. I think Vance won by about 6, something like that. I have to double check. But yeah, I think the state has just passed Tim Ryan by. He was good probably. He ran last decade or 2 decades ago. I'm in the Midwest. Oh, okay. RFK will be more of a John B. Anderson. Hmm. Okay. He's going to be getting that ballot access. We'll see what happens with RFK as time goes on. Maybe he doesn't get the ballot access he needs. He's already got it in a few states. Different states have different signature requirements, different windows to get those signatures. All right, Marino is up by about a point. Still got nothing here in Cuyahoga. Franklin still at the initial 9%. Lucas is at 21. We do have a little bit down here now in Hamilton. And Dolan is up there. And Marino barely up in Delaware. He's up big here in Mahoning. Let's glance at some of these other races. Close one here in the 9th on the GOP side. Another reasonably close one here in the 6th. And this one, 3 candidates, over 20%. And there's no runoffs, so somebody might win with 23% of the vote. Now, I'm not a fan of that at all. I want some sort of a runoff. And look at these counties. Look at this map. Everybody winning counties here in the 2nd. Anyway, Florida, there we go. Now it's called. They're probably just waiting for the top of the hour. And of course, it's called for Trump. He's at 80. And in Miami-Dade, he's at 86. In Broward, he's at 79. He's at 78 in Palm Beach. And in Pinellas, he's at 75. Florida getting their votes counted. You like to see that. All right, we've got 15% in here. In Ohio. Frank LaRose is doing probably a little better than expected, at least in the southeast part of the state. Uh, Marino was a ridiculous candidate. Republicans nominate some random guy, came out of nowhere, has no experience. Well, I mean, the same might have been able to be said about Vance. He was not in politics. He had gone against Trump previously, but he was able to win that nomination. And then, of course, in the general election. Illinois, okay, yeah, that's something to take a look at. Looks like nothing yet. And a lot of these races are called because they're uncontested. But this 12th district, this is the one. Bottom of the state. So not as much action as Super Tuesday, but there's enough here to just get a stream going. I was able to do it. Figured why not? Let's fire up another stream. You watched a video of Trump announcing who he voted for. Is that in the Florida primary? Did he vote for himself? I'm assuming. De La Cruz seat R+1 now, despite being Clinton. Plus 13. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The South Texas trends. I mean, who would have been able to predict that 10 years ago? It didn't seem like that was going to be something people were talking about, but apparently they went hard toward the right. And if they didn't, then Texas would be very competitive if the suburban trends keep going left. All right, we got a tight one here. Moreno is up, but it's not by much. 1,100 votes. I think it's safe to say Frank LaRose so far better than expected, but he's probably not going to get the job done, which is not really a surprise. Kansas, less than 1%. That is, we're going to glance at Kansas as well. There we go, Kansas. 53 votes for Trump. Probably not going to spend a lot of time on this page tonight, but every once in a while. So everybody under 39% of the vote. Trump voted for Hutchinson. Okay. Yeah, who knows what Trump really did? Okay, could New Hampshire be closer? I know you know more about New Hampshire. Know you follow that state. You got knowledge on the ground floor. Yep, still we got 9 in Franklin. Nothing out of Cleveland still. Hopefully everybody has watched the videos I put out yesterday, today, the best case scenarios for Biden and Trump. As of March, I put them out. And some good stuff there. Illinois, okay, now we've got 1%. Boom. But again, this is already pretty much wrapped up for Biden and Trump. So we're going to be looking at this here, the 12th district. GOP side. Mike Boss, the incumbent, He's getting a challenge from Darren Bailey, who was the Republican nominee for governor just 2 years ago. He lost to Pritzker. And now he's decided to challenge incumbent Mike Bost. And I believe Bost has the endorsement of Trump, who had endorsed Bailey in that governor's election. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic. Okay, and look at that. Dolan back on top. The polls in Illinois, you mean for president? There's not that many. I haven't seen a new general election poll in a while. But for that House seat, it was close between Bost and Bailey. LaRose had a massive lead. I didn't see him, even when Franklin came in right away, I didn't see him with a lead at the beginning. Oh, if you mean back in the polls, yeah, LaRose was the front runner. 6 months ago, I thought it'd be LaRose. But he fell flat, even though he's already in statewide office. He's got some statewide wins under his belt, and he's not going to have success in this race. Danny Garrett, thanks for showing up. Live show. You got it. You hope Bailey loses? We'll come back to it. It looks like he was trailing. Trailing big time with only 1% in. Here's the 9th. The 6th. This is getting narrower. Michael Rulli, still with a small lead. Presumably, he's the more moderate candidate. Florida is pretty much over, 87% in. Kansas, anybody care about this? We got 3% in. This is the main event, Ohio. This is where the action is. Rick, thanks for showing up. Joey Garcia, yeah, that is another race to take a look at. Oh, and the 7th. This one. Democratic side. Danny Davis. A lot of races here. Here's the 4th. This race might be of interest. Garcia getting a primary challenge from Raymond Lopez, who I believe tried to run for mayor of Chicago. Presumably he'd be a little bit more to the right of Garcia. Dolan, very, very slight lead. We're looking at about 50 vote advantage for Dolan. Right now, this is going to be a late one if it's going to be this narrow. Yeah, hope everybody's having a great night as well. New Hampshire September primary. September is kind of late. But at the same time, March and April, kind of early. Personally, I'd like to see a primary. June, July, maybe. That's where it's not right next to the election. It's far back enough where you can still run a decent campaign. And now Marino jumped back into the lead. And Franklin County still with the initial 9% in. But now we've got Cuyahoga. We've got Dolan ahead as expected there with 28% in. He's at 51. Still a tie here. Dead even in Fulton County, Ohio. 326 votes apiece for Matt Dolan and Bernie Moreno. Uh, yeah, we'll see if Garcia and Lopez. We'll look at that one. We'll bounce around. Ohio is the main event. That's true. Who's more likely to run for president? Carlson or Shapiro? We're talking Tucker Carlson or Josh Shapiro, I assume. And we mean ever, or we mean this year? This year looks like neither of them. If we mean in the future, probably Shapiro. Hopefully that answers it. That's my take. Yeah, a June primary would work. Moving that for New Hampshire. Okay, lack of enthusiasm for Chuy Garcia in the 4th District. Yeah, we got a nail biter in Ohio so far. Dean Phillips in Ohio. Let's see what we got here. He's at 10. Is he even still in? Maybe he dropped out and I missed it. And Williamson too. She left, then she came back. Sometimes you miss some news about some of these candidates, but Trump, he's actually not winning all these. Haley, that seems odd that Trump would dominate in all these counties. But maybe this is, I don't know why Haley would have a lead here unless that's some kind of early vote or they didn't count the Republican vote yet. I don't know. That seems very odd. And here, just like Dean Phillips, yeah, something's going on here in Shelby. All right. Look at this thing. We've got 38.8 to 38.4. Bernie and Matt with Frank on the side. He's not going to make it here, Frank LaRose. It's good stuff. 19% in. That's not, we've got a ton of vote outstanding. There's no clear pattern here. Marino is leading in a lot of these rural counties, but Dolan is leading in a bunch too. In the more urban, populated counties, though, Dolan does have the advantage. That's what I would expect to see. We're at an even 20%. The Green Party primaries, is that on here? Is that accessible? Jill Stein, I assume she'd be the nominee. I haven't really followed her campaign once she got in. Uh, lean toward Marino. Okay, by 1.5. Yeah, the community poll out. Everybody thinks Marino is going to be the guy. He's going to be the guy. It was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Sherrod Brown is just sitting there right now. He's got his feet up. He's got his popcorn out. He doesn't, I don't know how much he really cares. There was the presumption or the narrative that Democrats want to go up against Marino because he's easier to beat in the general. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. Either way, we're still in March. So there's so much time left. Okay, you're from Chicago. Great. Stein will win. That's what I would imagine. Is she even facing stiff competition? All right. Slight increase for Marino there. Rando, hello. We've got right here, Marino is up by less than 1 point. That's the main event for president, though. Trump and Biden win in Florida and Ohio and probably Kansas. And we're waiting on Illinois. We've got it's called for Trump in Illinois and for Biden. We've got nothing in Cook County. And in some of these Ohio House races and the U.S. House, we've got action here in the 6th and in the 9th. It's close. We've also got action here in the 2nd, but I'm not really familiar with these candidates, so I'm not sure how this dynamic is shaping up. Nothing in Illinois' 4th or the 7th, the 12th, barely anything. Let's go back to Ohio. 20% in. Still 9 in Franklin. They haven't budged. They were the first ones with any vote, and then they've sat there. Jasmine Sherman. Okay. She's going to go up against Jill Stein. You wouldn't be shocked to see New Hampshire 1 go red. Well, Washington 3 goes blue. Okay. If the GOP gets a seat out of New Hampshire, that would be a big deal. That would be a big deal. In Washington, Republicans could flip back the seat with Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. And there's the Kim Schreier district. That always seems like it's out of reach for the Republicans in Washington. I think we got to see more of Franklin County because that's the most populous county. That could change this thing. Matt Dolan has a lot of vote here. That's the problem for Bernie Moreno. And I wish there was a predicted market. I'd like to see what people are doing. This has got to be people going crazy on predicted. Let's see, what do we got any updates here? Okay, not much yet. We'll come back to that. 21% in. Okay. The Nevada Senate polls, I did see those. You want to look at those for 2 seconds. Noble Predictive Insights. Rosen is up. But she's at 41 and 43. So, I mean, I already think Rosen is I rated it as lean, so I think she's more likely to win than not, of course. But I don't know. It's going to be competitive here with Sam Brown. He's only at 39. It's possible he's not the nominee. Anyway, let's get back to Ohio. But yeah, Rosen has the advantage there in Nevada. But there's no guarantee. She could go down. If it's any kind of a red wave, then I think she's in danger. 21% in. You'd rather be pleasantly surprised by setting low expectations rather than be utterly disappointed with high expectations. Yeah, that's how you do it. Getting blindsided is not really going to be fun, of course, unless it's positive. But if you've watched a lot of my videos, you know I have a range of expectations. Hayes won by 11 in Connecticut. Okay, this is local stuff specific to Connecticut. I know we've talked about that before. Potential pickup for the Republicans in Connecticut, I guess, if they can knock off Johanna Hayes. Very, very close last time. Okay, this is slowed down here in Ohio. Let's bounce around a little bit. All right, we got Cook County in. Trump leads there big time. Biden also over 91% for Biden there. Okay, here is this fourth district. Garcia has a better than 2-to-1 advantage now over Lopez. We'll see if that changes. Here's the seventh, Danny Davis, the incumbent Democrat. So far, big lead for him. 12th district, nothing changing. Okay, a little bit of vote dump here in Ohio. Moreno with a 1.5 point lead. Ton of vote out there still. And LaRose is leading in several of these counties. Maybe that doesn't pan out in the end, but LaRose doing a little bit better than expected so far. Where are we? Let's see. Chicago sucks, right? A lot of people probably agree with that. Chewy's up, yep, just pulled that up. Rosa's more popular and approved of than Catherine Cortez Masto. And Rosen will win a bigger margin. Fair enough. That's a possibility. Okay, a little bit of a vote dump. Nothing changed. What state only had Biden on the ballot in the Democratic primary? I know Florida, I believe Delaware. I thought Tennessee did that as well. I remember that was a story at the time. I'm going with Tennessee. Could be others. Okay, still got these two counties here that have Trump in third place and second place. That seems very bizarre. And Dean Phillips leading here in Shelby County. And let's go back here. All right. Garcia's lead expands. And Davis's lead shrinks slightly. Mike Boss, the incumbent, has a pretty substantial lead with 2% in. How about Kansas? And Florida. We probably don't need Florida too much anymore. But Trump doing very well in the Sunshine State. Back to Ohio. Let's see what's going on. We've got Marino up at 40. Slight lead, but again, Franklin County has not budged. Probably a lot more vote there for Dolan. AZ Senate was toss up until the cinema news. Yeah, I don't think I don't think that affected my rating much. I think even with cinema, I still had that going blue a little bit. But I get it. Now it's a showdown between Gallego and probably Lake. Worst city in the U.S. Oh, everybody's gonna. It's all a matter of perspective. Whatever people are familiar with. If you have a bad experience somewhere, usually that's what you're going to go with. And that's true with anything, really. If you have a bad first impression, it's pretty tough to overcome that. All right, lake is almost done after Cinema decided not to run. Maybe. That should be competitive, though, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Capture seat, Republican primary, challenge it. Was it? It's over. Okay. Who is more loyal to Trump, I think, is insane. Did Trump endorse in this? I didn't see it as of the other day, but maybe he endorsed at the last minute and I missed it. Or actually in the sixth district, that's what I'm talking about. Presumably, Ruley is the more moderate candidate, and he's in the lead right now. All right, Marino slightly expands his lead. Yeah, I would think Gallego is the small favorite in Arizona, but again, it's March. Let's see where we're at in June, July. Okay, New York. You think that is the worst city, state? New Orleans, Pittsburgh. All right. Hartford, Connecticut. These are all the bad cities, apparently. A lot of New England representation in the chat. That's good. Okay. We've got a Marino prediction of 2.5 to 3.5. Yeah, I think we have to see what was your prediction prior to today or prior to these results. I don't think I actually had a prediction of my own. I thought it would be Marino, but I didn't have a margin. I wasn't sure. There was so many undecideds. I just didn't know which way they were going to go. So Dolan is going to gain some votes here in Franklin. It's very likely. Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have some bias as to where they're from or where they've been or where they had a positive or negative experience. That's just the way it works. But the fairest thing you could do is, even if you do have a short sample size, a small sample size, at least recognize that that's what it is. Maybe you had a bad experience somewhere, but that could just be anecdotal. There could be a lot of great stuff out there. You just didn't happen to see it when you were there. All right. All right. Priory and Marino up 5. Okay. Again, judging by the poll on the community tab, Marino was going to win. That was overwhelming. Got 28 people in here. That's great. Again, thanks to everybody showing up, whether it's for a few minutes or maybe you're going to sit here for an hour or 2 hours. We all have busy lives, schedules, so the fact that you decided to come in here, that's great stuff. Hopefully you're enjoying all the videos every day, different stuff, trying to follow political news and elections. And again, hopefully everybody will like, share, subscribe, donate, whatever you'd like to do to support the channel. You can join the channel, become a member. The more people that join, the more perks we could look at adding. But trying to get the channel expanded slowly. Over 2,300 subs. Hopefully we get that up to 25. And oh wow, this is called just like that. Boom. Marino has won it with 24% in and only 9% in Franklin County. I didn't see that coming. But that's it. Wow. I want to see the rest of this vote. I think Matt Dolan's got more in here in Franklin. Wow, I'm assuming the other sites, the networks maybe have called this as well. If the AP called it here on New York Times, I thought we were going to be going a while. It was a narrow race. All of a sudden it's called. Okay, well, we're still going to be following the margins here. All right, you're changing it from tilt D to lean D. I can't update my rating until I start seeing some general election stuff. I don't know. Barrino's going to have to get his name recognition up. It's going to be similar probably to JD Vance. People didn't know who this guy was. He was outside of politics. But maybe Marino is weaker than Vance. And plus that was an open seat. We'll see. If Trump wins Ohio by 9 points, maybe 10, it's going to be tough for Brown to make that gap up with the crossover support. But maybe he does it like Tester in Montana. Yeah, I think we're surprised here that this thing just got called out of nowhere when, like 10 minutes ago, it was separated by 50 votes. Now all of a sudden it's called with 24% in and only 9 in Franklin. That's a surprise. Let's see what we got here. We got this narrowing up here in the 6th. Nothing in the 9th. The 2nd. Let's check Illinois. Dean Phillips ahead of Marianne Williamson now. The 4th district. Garcia still massive lead. Danny Davis, significant lead as well. And 2% in here in the 12th. Same thing for Mike Bost. I mean, it is really weird they called this thing before there was a quarter of the vote in on such a narrow race. They must be seeing something we're not seeing. All right, let's see. Vance's book. I'm assuming that's the Hillbilly Elegy book. Unless he's got a new book out, I don't know. Okay, Ohio will be Brown +1. You didn't know who Moreno was until a month ago. Yeah, he's got to get his name recognition up. So it seems like people think, oh, all of a sudden Brown has a good chance here. I know when on my last prediction video for the Senate, I had Brown getting it by a tilt. And I do get a lot of comments usually saying there's no way Brown could win this thing. Same with Tester. The Trump turnout is going to put the Republican over the top. I hear it over and over. But again, Andy Beshear In Kentucky, he won re-election for governor. That is an extremely red state. It's true Trump was not on the ballot, but he got a lot of crossover vote. He won the state. He's popular. John Tester's popular. Sherrod Brown, I think I haven't seen recent approval ratings for Brown, but I don't think he's horribly unpopular. I want to see more here in Franklin County. That's what I want to do. All right. I don't think we need Florida anymore. Looks like Florida is pretty much a done deal. Trump totally dominated here in Miami-Dade. So we'll close that one for now. Ohio released its early vote at absentee first. That was Dolan's whole saving grace. Okay. It did take a while to get some vote out of Ohio. We got a little bit in Franklin, then nothing happened for a little while, and then random counties trickled in. Um, Hypothetical between Bernie Sanders and Bernie Moreno, the battle of the Bernies. That's tough. That's the kind of hypothetical where it's just tough to do. Moreno, we don't know how he's going to run his campaign. We don't know where his appeal would be. But yes, Sanders would win that right now. But maybe Bernie Moreno turns out to be popular. Who knows? He's got a lot of money behind him. He's got a ton of time. People aren't going to be thinking about these primary results in November. They're not going to think about Matt Dolan if he finishes here in second place. They're not going to be caring that that's what's happening. The focus is going to be on the general. And maybe Moreno turns out to be, maybe he has a genius campaign. Maybe he strikes the right notes and it all works out. Uh, do I think Bashir would win a Democratic nomination in 28 over someone like Newsom? That's interesting. Hmm. I would think probably not. Probably if it were based on right now. Of course, there's so many years where things could change. I would think Newsom is the higher profile guy. He's going to be more liberal. He's going to have a lot of connections within the Democratic Party to donors and funding. He's from a very significant state, while Bashir is not. So I would think, as far as Democrats are concerned, Newsom would probably beat Bashir, but it's not overwhelming. Bashir is going to be a nicer guy, I would assume. He's going to have that kind of disposition that could connect with more moderates, more voters in the middle. And plus, Newsom has a lot of stuff that I think could be used against him, as we saw in that debate where he debated DeSantis. I mean, Newsom can talk up a lot of things in California for the positive, but there's also a lot of things that people don't like. As for Andy Bashir, I don't think a lot of people have a ton of bad things to say about him. Anyway, that's a long-winded answer. Yeah, I think we're all stunned here that that was called. We've done other streams where there's a lot of vote in and it's a wider gap and they have not called the race. Highland County. Yep, they are dragging their feet there. Matt Dolan versus Bernie Sanders. Who would win? I'll leave that to you guys. That's. I don't like doing hypotheticals where it's. An, I want both of the candidates to be nationally known to some extent, or at least have statewide wins. So I don't know. DNC 28, Harris, Newsom, or Whitmer. Yeah, Whitmer. There's been buzz around Whitmer, but I don't know how sustainable it is. I don't know how popular Whitmer is going to be in another few years. Shelby County fixed. Good. Got that straightened out. Good stuff. Let's go back here. Ooh, look at this one. Look how tight this is. This is where the Ohio Senate race was about a half hour ago. We got a 10 vote margin here for Ruley over Stoltzfus. Reggie Stoltzfus. That's not the easiest name to say. I'm going to be honest. Elon Musk or Swift. Yeah, those kinds of predictions, they're amusing to talk about, but actually playing them out on a map, gauging margins, there's no way to seriously play that out. That's tough though. Elon couldn't even run. There you go. Craig in New Hampshire. She's given very generic politician answers. She's also. Oh, you can't support her. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. She's absent and lacks vision. It's Joyce Craig over Cindy Warmington in the Democratic primary. I'm assuming. Let's check out the ninth. That one has not really updated. The second, let's go back to Illinois. And this is not really looking like it's going to pan out here for Raymond Lopez. And Danny Davis still has a massive lead. And now this one narrowed up a little bit here, but it's still a big lead. A 2-1 advantage, pretty much, for Mike Bost over Darren Bailey. It's always interesting when someone runs statewide and then they try to run for a lower office. So yeah, now Marino is picking up steam here. Maybe that was just all early vote and everybody on election day is breaking hard for Marino. That seems to be what it is. We got anything more in Franklin? We got 15 now in Franklin. And Dolan's lead actually is shrinking. It's always interesting how someone can just have such a significant lead in the early vote, but then on election day, people just it's a two different worlds where people don't want to support that candidate on election day, but other people who vote a week earlier, they want to support that candidate. Still got a tie here in Fulton County. Uh, Last thing Democrats need is Gary Johnson running as a Republican, Tim Pawlenty running in Minnesota, or Mike Castle running in Delaware to make their time even better. Yeah, there's always a debate. Do you want a very mild, moderate candidate in your own party? Or would you rather have the other side win and hold out for somebody that shares your values? It's a tough call. I think it depends on the state and the candidate. 28 GOP primary, Youngkin versus DeSantis. See, the thing about this is, in 28, I mean, that's so far off. It seems compelling right now. Youngkin and DeSantis, these are guys who have popularity. Their names were floated around now, but they're going to be technically out of office, which in theory they could be good. They could run a national campaign if they'd like, but they just might not be relevant in 2 or 3 years. But if it were right now, yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be a good battle. That's the kind of thing you do for a coin flip, just to see where it happens if you're going full on random. Holmes County voted for Haley. Yeah, is that is how did this happen? I, Shelby County corrected itself, but did this really happen? Every county voted overwhelmingly for Trump except this county? I mean, in some states there is a Native American reservation. That explains it sometimes. But here, that's a crazy outlier. So 31% of the vote in now. Uh, okay. 28 is going to be a 24 repeat without Trump. There's got to be some people that jump in that weren't in, and some people that jump out that are in this time. I know it's easy to think that, of course, Haley, DeSantis, these are the people that were runners up. Ramaswamy, maybe, and some of them are probably going to run. But sometimes people's relevance it flops. It doesn't last forever. And some people who are completely irrelevant now could end up being relevant in a year or 2 years. So the farther out you go, it's extremely hard to predict who's actually going to be in the conversation. Okay, Warmington was a Purdue farmer lobbyist and is only running on one issue. She lacks vision. Okay, that is an important race for governor. I think Carrie Lake could run for a lower office if the Arizona Senate run does not work out. Um, I guess, but it seems like she's more of a statewide type of figure. If she's going toward a more smaller office, I don't know. I think her personality is big enough for statewide. So I don't think she would run for the House, unlike um and I've completely forgotten his name right now. But whoever's running in the Debbie Lesko district. Hate when you forget a name right when you need it, but anyway. Uh Shapiro, Ramaswamy, DeSantis, Carlson, who would win in a primary? Wow. It's so tough to answer these. I don't know. That'd be a lot of vote splitting. It's tough. This is way too difficult. Who should no labels run for president? Most of their best options have declined. That's true. They have declined. They didn't get Hogan. They didn't get Manchin. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're really gonna what they're gonna do. I don't know if they should run anybody. They should. But if they are, they should put up somebody of note. All right. No Label suggested 10 people for Speaker of the House. Okay. Is that in the last election or is that coming up? Aside from cinema, she's not popular. No Labels has no one left. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I haven't heard anything as of late. If Youngkin ran against Mark Warner for Virginia, who do you think would win? That would be competitive as of now. Again, once Youngkin is out of office, his popularity could fizzle out. His name recognition might start to decline a little bit, but that would be competitive. Depends on the national environment. That would be in 26. Warner and Youngkin. Maybe he goes for it. That'd be competitive, I would say. But I would still start Warner with the advantage because that's for Senate. Senate, I think the Democrat is going to have the advantage. All those early Dolan counties, a little. Yeah, that is true. That's why you don't want to get yourself locked in with only 2-3% of the vote in. And those predictions of Marino up by 2-3 points, yeah, now looks like we're looking at a double-digit lead here. Interesting. Youngkin isn't relevant. You mean at all? I mean, for future office? I think if he wasn't, he could become relevant. But now he does have to deal with the Democratic state legislator there, so that's tough for him. He did go down a little bit. Kerry Lake is a high aimer. Yep. Youngkin had the media attention for 2 years. He was kind of a rising star. Maybe still is. No Labels, waiting 15 years. Well, I don't know if they're going to run somebody. I mean, I know Democrats are against it. They want to stop that. But if it's going to help if it's going to help the Democrats, then the Republicans, they're going to want to stop it. Let's see what we've got here. 6th district. Okay, now we've got Ruley opening up a little bit of a lead, 55% of the vote in. In this 9th district, it's close still. Again, no runoffs here, so somebody's going to win this thing with under 50% of the vote. It'd be nice if there were runoffs. Could be ranked choice, could be a later runoff. And let's check out the 2nd. David Taylor opening up a bit of a lead here. And Illinois in the 4th, it's called for Chuy Garcia. So Raymond Lopez, he put in about 30%. And the 7th, Danny Davis, looks like he's going to clinch that one. And now Mike Bost, his lead has declined further. But still, he's up by 22. So I wonder if there has been concessions by Dolan and LaRose. I wonder if Marino's going to give a speech. Here we go. Trump-backed hopefuls to face Brown for Senate. Yep, House primaries in the election for Kevin McCarthy's former seat. That is one to take a look at in California. That should be a little later. Here's some of the current updates. So yeah, again, not exactly a ton of excitement here today, but We're still doing a stream. And yeah, Dolan leading big in Cuyahoga. And still, there's actually not a lot of vote into these counties with all the vote. 15% only in the most populous county. All right, Moreno will do better in Appalachian, Ohio than Jim Renacci. Remember that guy? He didn't do a whole lot. If Brown will do better, yeah, in Columbus, since yeah, he will run it up there. Okay, Youngkin would have been out of office less than a year. If were against Warner, I don't think he would. Yeah, I would think it would be competitive, but I'd give Warner. I'd put it at a lean. If I had to put it right now, Warner and Youngkin, I'd put it at lean Warner. I think RFK is going to try to run for Democrat again in 28. For president, I don't think so. He kind of burned those bridges there. They wouldn't want him to get near it. Not that they could completely stop him, but and plus it'd be another 4 years. He'd be a little bit older. I would not think so. I think this is RFK's lightning in a bottle moment. If he can't do it this year, I don't know what would happen in the future. Okay. Yeah. Looks like it's more liberal. Larry Hogan or Chris Sununu. Hmm. Well, I mean, you have to really look through where they stand and everything and the states that they're governing because Hogan, I mean, it's such a blue state that he's going to have to make more concessions theoretically than Sununu or Sununu. But I would, again, you'd have to put the records side by side. Maybe Hogan slightly more liberal, but again, context is everything. Right? Yeah, no, I don't think RFK would come back after this. I think this is pretty much his one and done. No labels suggested 10 people would be a good House Speaker, including Josh Gottheimer, Brian Fitzpatrick, Mick Mulvaney, Bob Corker, okay, Bill Haslam, Larry Hogan. All right, a couple of these people I'm not familiar with, but I don't know if anybody really cares about no labels. I know both the two major parties don't want to really even acknowledge them unless it's going to be to their advantage. Hogan is more liberal. Okay, that was my opinion as well. But some people might have a different opinion. Will Moreno claim election fraud if he lost to Dolan? I mean, it depends on what the margin is, but probably not. I don't know. That's a lot of what ifs. He might claim Democrats crossed over, maybe voted for him. I don't know. But again, Democrats might have crossed over and supposedly supported Moreno. So maybe we'll take a look at the exit polling. Maybe that's something to look at. Would Nikki Haley or Trump win in a primary? This is actually a very interesting question. In which primary? But we just had a primary with them. And Haley lost. Imagine if Trump endorsed Doug Mastriano for a House Senate. Yeah, that I don't think that would be a good move. Only this time Nikki Haley is secretly popular. Oh, there's the rest of that. Okay, there was some messages in the middle. But yeah, we did find out already. But again, Nikki Haley's popularity, I mean, it's up for debate. Of course, the base does not like Haley, but the base is not everything. There's plenty of independents, voters that are not super partisan, and there's been some polling that have shown Haley to be popular with certain segments of voters. So it's tough to say how popular she would be if she were actually the nominee. I don't know. She'd gain some back in the suburbs, probably. How much would she lose in some Rust Belt places and some deep red counties? That's the question. It's anybody's guess. Saw new is how to pronounce it. I don't think I'm gonna really adjust that. Sununu is what I've been going with, and I hear Sununu, but it's a it's either a great name or a terrible name. I can't really decide. Yep, polarization with third parties. Maybe of all Democrats who voted for Haley, voted in the Democratic primary. Yeah, I know. If it's not a closed primary or semi-closed, it's tough to say exactly what to make of the results if Democrats cross over in any kind of significant numbers to support a more moderate candidate. If Donald Trump drops out right now and endorses Biden, I mean, that's so outlandish. Republicans would scramble to put somebody else in place, but that's going to be a huge boost for Biden. But then again, it's a lot of time left. Who knows what would happen after the initial shock? Okay, we've got a few more races still outstanding. Yeah, Sununu, not as liberal as Hogan. That's what we're thinking. But again, I think it depends on the state and the context. Given Hogan had to deal with an extremely blue legislator, I think that's a consideration. All right, so we do have Arizona. Can't forget about that, although there's not really anything to look at there. And then California's 20th. 44% in. This vote is going up slow. It's not like Florida. That went up much quicker. Yeah, I think there's so many names out there. Everybody's going to have their own pronunciations. Uh, Came across some Massachusetts Senate polling that said Charlie Baker entered the race. I think I saw Baker going up against Warren. I think I saw Baker with a lead, but that was a while ago. Oh, was it up? Is it up 10? Okay. I forgot what he was getting. Maybe there was a lot of undecideds, but yeah, that's I don't know how useful that poll is. It does show you that if Baker did challenge Warren, it could be competitive. Kind of like Hogan going up in for Senate in Maryland. Uh, Jared Goldman is, I think that's probably not corrected. Jared Golden. Yeah, endorsed Hogan. I think I saw that. Yeah, I think that was a little while ago. Who's more conservative, Phil Scott or Joe Biden? Again, you'd have to look at the records. I would probably say Biden, but again, different contexts. If they both were in the same situations, 15 ghost towns. Okay, so it is a recognizable name. That that name has been in politics there for a little while. Still Franklin County, really slow at counting the vote. So, 13 people. We had 25 a little while ago. I guess people might have dropped off. Marino, it's already called for Marino. Not a whole lot of action here tonight. But again, thanks for showing up. Hopefully, everybody will like and subscribe. And what else is there to take a look at here? The main event already called. It was called with 24% of the vote in for Marino. So this ended up not being that close. The late breakers did go for Marino. Maybe that's the power of the Trump endorsement. LaRose is still leading in one county. And we've got some House races still outstanding. But with no runoff, somebody's going to win with under 50% of the vote. But really no upsets. Here's your Illinois House races. Some of these are a little bit closer, but a lot of these are not going to be competitive in the general election. So yeah, we'll stay on here, I guess, for a little while. California is probably going to go late, but the big event already called, so theoretically, that's everything. That's the main event. Now we got to see what Marino does against Brown. Sounds like people are have a pessimistic outlook for Marino. They think Brown actually could be the favorite as of right now. Would Trump have a higher chance of winning Colorado or Illinois in 24? Uh, I think the better answers or better question would be, does he have a better chance of getting those down to single digits? That's a little bit more plausible. But yeah, it's tough. Not a lot of general election polling in those states because they're not really going to be competitive. But it could be Illinois. It could be, but it'd be so close. Colorado was not that blue that long ago. Illinois has been blue longer, but Colorado has really gone far toward the left. If Biden or Trump passed away, What would I do? I would cover the fallout, see what happens in the ensuing scramble. That's what I would do. Okay, we've got some New Hampshire political tree for Chris Sununu slash Sununu. John Sununu, yeah, that name is big in New Hampshire. Not familiar with Michael Sununu, but hey, is that's they've got their hands all over New Hampshire politics then. The Maryland primaries, well, we could look at that. Here's the upcoming schedule. Again, not much happening over the next month. It's just presidential primaries, but there's really nothing going on. Not until April 23rd, when we've got Pennsylvania, House, Senate. Then once May gets going, we've still got 6 months to go, but that's when we really get into primary season. And there's Maryland on May 14th. So that's what we're looking at over the next couple of months. And then it's going to really heat up June, July. I mean, these polls now might not really matter. They could matter. They could pan out completely, or they might change. Uh, okay, Michael Sununu is more local. Okay, and also, yeah, the Maryland's third district. You're looking at that race. Sounds good. If Sununu ran for Senate in 22, would he have won? Uh, Probably. I would, it's so hard to say in retrospect, and it's easy at the same time. But it seems like he had so much popularity that he would have been able to win. He is the chair, the slide board in a tiny rural town. Nice town, okay. Maybe he will be rising up in Granite State politics then, if he has that last name. May 14th, interesting. The primaries, yep, Maryland, Nebraska, West Virginia, big races. Yeah, maybe on some of these days there'll be a stream. Maybe not. It won't be every time, but there could be one here and there. If there's more action, that's going to increase the chances. But yeah, there's a little bit to take a look at on some of these days. Right. All right. Sounds like we've got some agreement. Sunu would have won it in 22. Yes, he did have his peak, though. That's true. But when he first won in 16, he won by a narrow margin. It seems like if the Democrats are able to win in New Hampshire for governor, then that person probably would move on to the U.S. Senate in the future. That's my assumption. Of course, so many other factors. So no real upsets here. Now I know there's also state legislator action in Ohio. And Illinois, but so there could be some upsets here, way down ballot. Got the state house and senate. There's a lot of races here. Here's an incumbent trailing pretty bad. It's another one down. Couple more here. All on the Republican side. Democrats, not really. So some races to look at here in on the House, the State House. Let's keep it moving. Here's Illinois state legislator. If anybody's interested in that. See if there's any potential upsets. A lot of these are uncontested. That's a ton of uncontested races. All right. So I think we're good here on Illinois' fourth. Let's go into Garcia. He's got about almost 70% of the vote. Davis, that's clinched for him. Oh, this just got more narrow right here in the 12th. Now Mike Bost is only up by 10 points. So we'll take a look at that one. And Arizona polls closing at the top of the next hour here. Not that there's anything to look at again. I thought Ohio was going to go later. It seemed like it was going to be close, but turns out, nope. Not really. Back to the comments. Craig and Warmington talk more about national politics than the issues. Okay. Interesting how Maggie Hassan was able to beat Kelly Ayotte. Ayotte won in 10 by a big margin. That is true. That was a big margin in 10. Some states can swing a lot in just 2 or 4 years or 6 years. All right. What I do is stream if Biden or Trump passed or stick to a video. It's sad, but they're old. Who knows what will happen next few months? Now you're talking, because that's what I always say. You never know what's going to happen. But what I do is stream just for that. I mean, I usually want to have something happening in real time when I'm doing a stream. At least as of now. I mean, eventually, if the channel got bigger and there's enough people or members that have joined the channel, they want their own stream, and there's enough demand, then I can make adjustments. But just for one big story, it would be hard for me to want to go for a stream. At the same time, also, it depends on everything else I've got going on at the time. Sometimes I cannot do a stream. Okay. Paul Hodes. That was the guy who Ayat beat in 10. So again, everybody, I assume checking out the variety of videos. We've got a good spinner battle on Saturdays. It's a good change of pace from politics, from regular politics, recent presidents, and then got a lot of different kinds of videos going up different days. Today was the best case scenario for Trump. Yesterday was the best case scenario for Biden. And I'll be updating those videos as we get more into it. Maybe every month, maybe every 2 months. The closer we get, the easier it's going to be to do. Maybe I'll put out a US House video, although that is difficult to do. And some of the maps are not totally finalized, but I might put out a preliminary one next month. But again, if you know my videos, the farther out we are, the harder it is to make bold calls. It's tough. I give the incumbents the benefit of the doubt if it's going to be competitive. The national environment is unknown. We're not going to know what that is until we get really into the summer. We got to see what happens with the economy. We've got the trials with Trump. We've got international stuff happening. We've got immigration. We've got a lot of stuff. South and North Dakota, before they went red, Democrats won the Senate. Yeah. Um, well, South Dakota has that long streak for the Republicans. That's a long streak for governor. But yeah, the Dakotas, they put in some Democrats in the Senate. It's hard to imagine, kind of, at right now, but it happened. States voted differently in the past, if you can believe it. Yeah, the Trump or Biden, if they happen to have a serious medical health event, that would be a big story. I Kelly Ayotte's old ads. I do remember those from back in 10. I remember she would be running down the street saying she's running for you. I remember some of those. Uh, Hogan wins. You get a cutout of Hogan. Yeah, that would be huge. Go crazy on that. Hogan or Hoven now. Now we're on Hogan to Hoven. John Hoven. Yeah, he's like an under the radar guy. You don't hear much about John Hoven. But yeah, he was governor. Yeah, I mean, who knows where politics is going to lead next? I mean, we're used to this polarization now, the past 5 to 10 years, maybe, but things could change. There's always going to be some kind of a surprise. Last time in 20, again, we didn't expect the South Texas friends to go far to the right. I don't recall people saying, oh no, look at South Texas. That's going to go toward Trump. I don't recall that happening. So you never know. There's always going to be some state or demographic that just defies the expectations. it could be a lot, it could be significant, or it could end up not being significant. Sometimes nothing exciting happens for one or two elections, but sooner or later, you're going to get something unexpected. AOT's ads were harsh. We'll see what she does this time. Maybe I'll do some ad reactions. Some more ad reactions in the general election. Some people like those videos. I don't know. Some people don't care. They agree on every single issue. Well, there's sarcasm there, but yeah, the corporate money, that's something a lot of them agree on. Anyway, well, we got to get some updates. What should we look at? It got quiet kind of quick here. As soon as Marino won. Well, if you're into Kansas, Trump getting Wyandotte with 82 and Johnson with 67. Here's the sixth. Now we've got a lead here for Ruley. He's up over 50% with 84% in. It's not looking great here now for Reggie Stoltzfus. In the ninth, Derek Marin. He might be the guy to go up against Marcy Kaptur. Once Kaptur retires, that could be an opportunity for the GOP to pick this seat up. Because on paper, it is supposed to be red leaning. Second district, really close still. And Illinois, what have we got in Cook County? Trump at 80. Biden at 90. Excuse me, Biden at 90 there. Ooh, this has gotten even more narrow. In Illinois' 12th, Darren Bailey closing the gap. And let's see. Oh, I did just take a look at that. Bailey. Okay. The Delaware House Senate popular vote. I think we talked about that. I think the one of the most notable ones is I think in the Illinois State House, Republicans won that, but they lost several seats in the State House despite winning the popular vote there. That goes to show you a lot of down ballot gerrymandering. Yep, this is getting even more narrow now. Is it going to lead anywhere? We'll find out. This is something to look at. Oop, more. Another vote dump for Darren Bailey. Not even half of the vote in. Bailey, I think sounds about right. Did a little better than Mastriano. Yeah, Yeah, Mastriano got like abandoned. He didn't start really running a hard campaign till toward the end. Hmm. So here we go. Back to Ohio in the Senate. And I mean, apologies on the action not being as much as Super Tuesday, but the point is we're doing the stream. That's the point. I'm sure there's some lurkers there, some fans, longtime fans maybe of the channel, whatever a longtime fan is at this point. I would guess that'd be over a year. Some regular viewers, regular commenters. Hopefully everybody's liked and subscribed, shared, whatever you want to do to support the channel. Hopefully we can get it up to 2,400 soon, and then 25, 6, 3,000, 3,500, and eventually 5,000. That would be a good milestone to get to. All right, we've got a ballot question here. Here we go. Here's an Illinois ballot question. Looks like it's a no as of right now. Raising transfer taxes on properties that sell more than 1 million while lowering the rate that sell for less than an amount. The added revenue would be used to fund homeless programs. Opponents say it's a blow to commercial real estate. There's no map. I guess that is just local to that city. All right, back to any comments. Okay, you would have voted against Mastriano. Gotcha. Last minute Trump event made Marino overperform expectations. The Green Nate. Well, thanks for stopping by. I think you might have just showed up or first comment tonight. But yeah, late breakers. Marino surging. He could get 50. I think that's the thing to look at. Will he get to 50? Seems like he's been going up and up. At that rate, he should. I didn't think anybody'd get to 50. That is surprising. And then these polls. There was so many undecideds and not a lot of polls at the last minute that these polls are going to look like they're inaccurate. With Dolan getting 40, that's going to not age well. But what can you do? Sometimes the dynamics of a race change at the end, and you can't capture that in polling. No guarantee to not raise taxes for the middle and lower class, but I voted for yes. Oh, and this. Gotcha. So you're in the yes. Looks like no is leading. And could they put in a guarantee like that? Because I know some of these more populist economic proposals should theoretically pass, targeting super rich real estate. That should be something theoretically a lot of people would be behind. If there are guarantees, it would not negatively affect the lower or middle class. Matt Dolan equals Charlie Crist. Nah, I would not. I would say no. Christ is his own guy because he's actually won statewide, and he's changed parties. He lost as an independent race. He's lost a lot of races, but he did have success statewide. Yeah, we might have expected a closer race than this. The polling seemed to indicate it was going to be close, but again, late breakers. What percent might be Democrats crossing over for Moreno because they think he'd be easier to beat? That's a great question, and it's very tough to know. I wouldn't think this much. I would think even if Democrats did not cross, I still think this is such a big enough margin. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a lot of shared Brown voters planned out getting into this thing and supporting Marino. But then again, it could backfire. I mean, this is a moderately red state. I don't know how good Sherrod Brown is really feeling. He's definitely going to project confidence. There's no question about that. Yeah, exactly. It is a good example why you should not completely focus on polling. Although there were undecideds, anything that has a lot of undecideds and anything that has changed recently, like this race, it was in flux the past few weeks. So that's something, yeah, where you can't really guess how it's going to go. But if you do put a lot of weight on the Trump endorsement, and if he came out and supported Marino at the end, then maybe it's not that much of a surprise. Maybe it did seem like Marino is going to surge. Yeah, Chris has held state. I can't the third. I thought it was two. I can't think of the third statewide office. But he was attorney general, then governor, if I'm remembering correctly. Nolan Moore of Carrie Lake. Chris Lost Tracker. Yeah, that. Oh, yeah, I'd have to go back. Did he 2001 Senate? That would be something to go back. But yeah, 10 Senate, 14 governor, 22 governor. I think that's probably all of them. But he got the U.S. House. He managed to win a few terms there around Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg. And Marino closing in at 50. We're looking at that. I like how people update their predictions. I know before it was like, well, maybe Marino wins by 2 or 3 points, but yeah, this is kind of a blowout at this point. I guess that was all early vote, and they're going to count it first. Guess that changes everything. Terry McAuliffe is a Christ. Well, McAuliffe didn't really change parties multiple times like that. He didn't go independent and then become a Republican, but he's got a loss for governor. But it's just one loss. He'd have to run in more elections and lose for McAuliffe to be Christ. I think Christ is kind of his own guy. And it's surprising, yeah, because Chris did win back in the day. Yeah, McAuliffe. If McAuliffe runs again and loses again, then I'm going to say, okay, now that might be in the conversation. Maybe. He's got to change parties too. I just think Christ he's unique. But there are probably other people that have lost a bunch, at least notable candidates. There's always the perennial candidates that never do anything, like Robin Ficker in Maryland. He's running again now, but somebody that's actually won and then had a lot of subsequent losses. Maybe I think Ted Strickland in Ohio comes to mind. Strickland was governor. He was in the House too, but he lost and won in the House. And then he also tried to run for Senate. He lost to Portman. I think Strickland is the closest guy I could come up with. So let's see. Florida Florida governor primary Gates and Suarez. That would be interesting, sure. Love Stephanie Murphy or Gwen Graham to run for Senate. Did Graham did she go statewide or she I think she retired and did one term, right? In the House. And that didn't yeah, that was it. Strickland lost, yeah. But Strickland lost for governor, he lost in the Senate, and he lost, I'm pretty sure, in the US House back in the 90s. Maybe even more than once. But he didn't change parties, but he's got a lot of losses. Yeah, at first it was supposed to be in play, but that fell really fast. Sort of like Evan Bayh when he came back and tried to run for the Senate. Bill Bredesen, that was supposed to be competitive. Tommy Thompson, that's another one. Former governors, they try to come back and they don't get the job done a lot of times. Even Steve Bullock, he was in office in Montana, he lost by 10. All right, let's get some updates. 6th district, Ruley with a lead of a few points here, about 5. In the 9th, okay, this is called now for Derek Marin. We'll see what he does against Marcy Kaptur in November. 2nd district, David Taylor leading by 5 points. Back in Illinois, let's look at this 12th district here. Okay, now Mike Bost finally puts a little bit more distance between himself, but it's still competitive. Okay, Graham did actually run. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, now I remember that. That sounds right. She did one term in the House, try to use her not necessarily use her last name, but her last name is going to be beneficial there. And yeah, I do remember that. Who do you think would win in Virginia? If it was between McAuliffe and Youngkin in the Senate. Ooh, Depends on the national environment. In a neutral national environment, uh, I don't. That would be a coin flip. It'd be a coin flip. McAuliffe now has damaged goods, but we're talking about the Senate. Democrats are going to do better in the Senate there. I think it would be very close. If it was red leaning, I could see Youngkin pulling it out. But again, it's all speculation. Depends on how they run their campaigns and the issues, etc. Gillum has had recent problems. Yeah, I've heard about his decline over the past few years, unless there's something even more recent. If Haley ran for Senate in South Carolina, lost to none of these candidates, oof, yeah, that'd be pretty brutal. Okay, Marino's still under 50%. Marin says Majewski is not pro-Trump. Hmm, that seems odd, unless Majewski went against Trump lately somewhere. But there's a lot of time left. I don't know if it's going to matter what somebody said in February, March, April. How would Beto done if he ran in 24? Against Cruz again? Probably would have taken another loss by a slightly larger margin than an 18, unless it turns into a blue wave. I thought back in 18, yeah, Cruz would probably back then after that narrow win by 3 points or so. I would think Cruz would have not ran again in 24, but things change. Cruz, he's young enough, and it's not an overwhelmingly blue environment at all. So he's going again. People know his name. Immigration is a key issue there. He's got some stuff to run on. You think Trump should pick Scott as VP? That's what I've said for a long time. I've said that I think Tim Scott is most likely to be picked by Trump, and we're still waiting on that. Maybe it's going to be no, maybe it's going to be Ramaswamy or Stefanik or an outside the box pick. Yeah, Tulsi, that'd be interesting. We're hearing about RFK picking his running mate. That would be. It turns out he's picking, or maybe he's picking, if he ends up going through with it, kind of a low name ID pick. So I thought he would pick somebody a little bit more well known, but I guess he's going. He'll get some funding or whatever. Oh yeah, and yeah, O'Rourke is another two-time statewide loser, just like John James in Michigan, back-to-back Senate elections. Then he goes down to the House. He gets in. Larry Hogan's dad won the fifth. Yep. Biden is his running mate. No, come on. Shanahan from RFK. That's what people are saying. We'll see if that happens. But on this note, I gotta take a 1 minute break, so be right back. right? And yeah, James, he pulled off the House win. It was narrow last time. There's no guarantee he wins next time, but he's going to be the incumbent. No, Trump picks Elise Stefanik as his VP. I don't know. I think generally people should pick someone that's won statewide before. I think that has more behind it. I mean, that's not everything. I mean, Romney picked Paul Ryan. He was only in the U.S. House. That did pan out. But if he picks Stefanik, I don't know. Maybe it's a great move. I don't know. Maybe it helps him a ton in the suburbs. Yeah, the Aaron Rodgers rumor. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. I, that was one of those things I would believe it if I saw it. John Anderson more than Ross Pro. Yeah, you got to go back for that. For John Anderson, 1980, if I recall correctly. So what are we looking at here still? We've got 74 in Ohio. Is Marino going to crack 50? I think that's what we're looking at here. Dolan has two counties, but only 27 in here in Hardin. I would have thought Dolan would have done better here in Franklin. It's close in Hamilton. And in Delaware, double digits for Marino. And let's go back through here real quick. Okay, we don't really need Ohio presidential results right now. The 6th, no update here. Right, we don't need the 9th, that's been called. And the 2nd, no update. Back to Illinois. We don't really need the presidential results. We could see Cook County. And in this 12th district, it's close, but not that close for the incumbent Mike Bost. And we should be about a minute away for 10 p.m. Arizona. No. Yes, I think, but there's nothing happening in Arizona. I think we're waiting on California. That's what we want to take a look at. Let's pull that up. These are the old results. I don't. Oh yeah, this California Prop 1. This was really narrow. Look at this. If you're into referendums, 50.1 to 49.9. Anyway, yeah, I have to get this California special up. We'll come back to that. Okay, back to the comments. Uh, Trump is revealing at convention. his running mate is gonna wait until that's far off. That's like August, right? I know Republicans are going first. They're gonna be in Milwaukee. Then Democrats are gonna go in Chicago. It's gonna be wild. Uh, Ronald McDonald, okay. Ayat Hodes. Unity ticket. I don't think people know who Paul Hodes is at this point. I'm surprised I even know who he is. Yeah, 80, Carter, Reagan, Anderson. Yeah. Anderson had Patrick Lucy as his running mate, I believe. Uh, Recall on a president. Yeah, that would be chaotic. Moreno won a lot more than Vance did in 22. Yeah, that was a crowded field with Vance, Matt Dolan, he got in third there, and Josh Mandel got in second. That's his name. Um, okay, Marino would win. But yeah, I think a lot of people are surprised by this margin. Late breakers. Yeah, is Bernie actually going to run again? We're waiting on that still. And Phil Scott running. What other primaries? Do I plan to live stream? I There's none happening really over the next month. So nothing then. After that, again, we could go back and glance at the schedule. The next the next one with some action is Pennsylvania, April 23rd. We'll see that one if it's going to be David McCormick, which it probably is. There's just not a lot happening that day. After that, though, then we've got Indiana. Indiana has some action, but it's only one state. Then we head into May 14th. We've got some more action. I don't know if I'm gonna what streams I'm planning on. It depends what I'm doing. Sometimes I cannot do a stream, and if there's action happening that day, and if there's demand for it, if people really want to see it, if there's a ton of people, that could all affect it. Right now we got 11 people here. That's some. It's down from 25 earlier. So again, it's hard to do a stream without a lot of action, without a lot of demand, and if I have other things I have to do. But this one kind of came up in the last few days. So sometimes I can't plan it out a week or two in advance or even longer, but not in the next month. It doesn't look like. I'll reevaluate in a few weeks. Oh, oh, you were talking about Prop 1 in California last stream? Okay. That was Super Tuesday, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I put out my who is most likely to be Trump's running mate video like 2, 3 months ago. It was a while ago now. Might have been even 4 months ago. And I had Tim Scott as the most likely who I think he would pick. If that pans out, I'm going to have to brag just a little bit that I was able to call that back then. I don't think it was that crazy of a call, but a lot of people are saying Christine Noem still and Stefanik. So maybe it's them, but we'll see. I didn't think he'd pick Pence, but he did. Vermont is all we're waiting for. Even Congresswoman Ballant didn't decide yet either. Well, is that because she would run for Bernie's seat if Bernie doesn't run? That's my guess there. Let's go back to this. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, we get a variety of viewers in here, different regions, different ages. It's all good. You're headed out? Lap Entertainment? Sounds good. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for showing up. Hope you had a nice time. Have a good night. Glad people enjoyed the stream. Wish there was more people, I suppose. 20, 30 people, 40. But again, it's not a huge election. And theoretically, every stream will have more subscribers than the previous stream. So hopefully the channel can expand. Sometimes it's really slow. Sometimes it picks up. It's hard to make a video every day, get one out. But thank you. Thanks a lot. Told your 4-year-old cousin from New Hampshire. Names of 15 politicians. He started screaming about Jeanne Shaheen is coming. All right. That is an interesting name, Jeanne Shaheen. Kevin Aguilar, you're taking off as well. Well, hope you had a good night. You got some favorable results. And yeah, it's a bit of an earlier night. I thought this was going to go a little later in Ohio. Oh, okay. You're in Illinois' 14th. Nothing interesting on your ballot. 747 Cuber. Hey, you made it. Chiming in from Illinois' 14th. Sounds good. There it is. Uncontested on the Democratic side. Slightly contested here on the Republican side. We do have a little bit of action here in Illinois. Downstate, 10% advantage for Mike Bost, the incumbent, over Darren Bailey, who previously ran for governor less than 2 years ago. He was the nominee. Okay, Nebraska, you're interested in that one with Dan Osborne. Yeah, the independent candidate there who might have consolidated support and had the Democrats behind him. Yeah, I did see that poll. Obviously, it's one poll. It's not super recent, but it is something to take a look at. And my best case scenario, I put that down to likely Republican because of that. But we'll be updating that as we go. We'll see if Deb Fischer is able to win that by a huge margin or if she's in any trouble. Jeanne Shaheen started out as Cynthia Bowers. That I have not heard of. I'm unfamiliar with that. You're happy with results from Ohio, but scared that Darren Bailey won't win. Well, I mean, sorry about that, I guess. I mean, you are from Ohio. You're pulling for Bailey from Ohio. There's still some vote out there, but I didn't think I would have been stunned if Bailey was able to take out the incumbent Bost. Okay, toddlers, they scream things. That's very bizarre. Dan Osborne has no funding still, even after he looks like he's winning in that poll. Moreno, 49.8%. Can he hit 50? Maybe 50.1, just to put a little something extra on top. Derek Marin won. Yeah, we saw that just a bit ago. Shaheen, born in Missouri. Ooh, didn't know that. A lot of backstory here. So everybody enjoying the recent president's spinner battle Saturdays. That's good stuff if you're into that kind of random entertainment. Got the best case scenario videos out today and yesterday for Trump and Biden. Got a lot of stuff that I've put out. Got some more stuff I'll be taking a look at. We'll see what happens. All right, we've got Senate Majority PAC, which is aligned with Senate Democratic leadership, has spent big in the final days of the Ohio Republican primary to elevate Bernie Moreno. The group didn't miss a beat on Tuesday night in trying to take him down. Moreno has shown he only cares about gaining political power, even if it means lying about his background, selling out workers, and fighting for a national abortion ban. So, yeah, that we've got stuff happening behind the scenes here. And if it's not a close primary, some people love that. This is what you might get. You might get Democrats crossing over, and you're going to get them supporting a candidate they think is easier to beat. The Republicans might start doing that eventually, too. They might really start crossing over and propping up, I guess, more progressive candidates they think are easier to beat in the general. Spinner battle. You need to catch up. I assume just on the most recent one. I mean, I've done several of them. But yeah, the president's one, check that out. It's exciting. I like doing those. I like to see what happens, purely random. The random generated battles are always fun to watch over the predictable. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I make them. Some people enjoy them. Some people think they're stupid and silly. But I like them. Got a lot of videos out. Got over 850 videos on this channel. Plus some streams. Put out a video every day, at least one video for at least a year and a half. Almost 2 years. So we've got Democrats began their general election attacks. So the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee put out a digital ad highlighting criticisms from Moreno's party challengers. Yep, that's what happens. You get a messy primary, and then Moreno might be beat up in the general election. So Sherrod Brown is going to have to navigate some interesting waters in Ohio. What else do we got here? We've got the chair of the Arizona Democratic Party spoke to reporters after Biden's remarks at a Mexican restaurant in Phoenix about the reasons some Latinos are being drawn to Trump. People like to be entertained. And sometimes Trump, what he does is it provides them entertainment. All right. Interesting. And Marino now 50%. Except here. That's got to suck to win every county, and then you have one seemingly random county where you could lose with 27% of the vote in. Okay, Florida, Keith Gross, vote for Powell. The general, Keith is more weaker than Scott. Yeah, I get that it's politics, but I don't know. I'm not really into propping up a weaker candidate. It just not exactly my thing. He just came in after winning $160 tonight. Wow, what a blowout. We're now in the Ohio Republican primary, higher than the Democratic primary. Well, there's not much happening, though, on the Democratic side. And plus, it's a lot more Republicans there now. I would expect the Democrats to have a lower turnout. But congrats on the $160. It's a nice chunk of change to add to your pocket. Here's the raw vote totals for president. There's a gap here. There's more vote in on the Republican side, but they're over a million. Democrats are 450,000. All right. Maggie Hassan, Margaret Coldwell Wood, by her nickname. Okay, some inside fun facts about New Hampshire politicians. None of these candidates so far on the Republican side is at 5. On the okay, we could pull up Kansas. None of the names shown. 5%, 5.3 for the Republicans. For the Democrats, 10.2. Got it? Confirm that. Jason Palmer. He was the guy who won. Didn't he win American Samoa? Something. I feel pretty bad not remembering because it just happened, but all right. Now Marino, he's cruising over 50. So he's avoiding a hypothetical runoff if there were any. Now, if there were Democrats crossing over or propping up Moreno, that I think could have kept him under 50 if they did not try to, I suppose, meddle in this primary. Favorite New Hampshire town? I'll leave that to you guys. I was having a similar energy to 1984 presidential election. I'd have to get a refresher what was unique or notable about Ohio in 84. Uh, Reno is at majority. Yep, just covered that. considered moving to New Hampshire. All right. Can't believe LaRose was destroying the field forever. Okay, yeah. LaRose was the best candidate. Yeah, that's what I said about 6 months ago. I'm thinking, okay, LaRose is probably going to be the guy who could get enough success, build a coalition or something. But then he had some failures with the statewide amendment stuff. Yeah, American Samoa is correct. Oh, nice. Okay. More New England talk. That seems to happen here. National map in 84 specifically, only one state plus DC voted Mondale. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but you're saying Ohio is giving off that impression? Like a total 49 state landslide? That part I didn't really, I'm not, I guess if you're looking at the presidential primaries, how the Republicans have double the raw vote total as the Democrats, I think that might be what we're talking about. I think I pieced it together. All right, let's go back here. Let's make the rounds on with 95% of the vote in, more than 95. Looks like it's going to be Ruley. He was supposed to be, I guess, the more moderate candidate. Even though Stoltzfus won most of the counties. All right, we've got a call here in the second district. That's at the bottom of the state. David Taylor is the winner there. And look at this county map. This is Skittles territory. Look at this. It's colorful, and with only 25% of the vote, he's going to the general. I'd like to see a runoff. Who knows what all these other 75% of people would do? But I think we can move on. Let's go back to Illinois. Nothing new in Illinois here in this 12th district. Okay, Mount Washington area. To, visit some of these places myself at some point. Uh, Senate per county map. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. What a contested primary that was. If we're talking Ohio, yeah, turned out to be less contested. David Trone is running as a progressive. Is he? I thought he was the moderate establishment choice. Not that Alsabrooks was not, but I thought Trone was more the moderate guy. I don't know if he's what he's doing right now. If he's got ads on the air, if he's going after Hogan, is Hogan hitting up Trone, or is Hogan focused on the primary, or is Hogan just assuming he's got it in the bag? That's a good question. You did a New Hampshire Senate prediction, and it was tough because of the northern Manchester district and the Peterborough district. Okay, you're gonna go and get ready. Have a good night. Bernie Sanders, you're leaving. All right. Thanks a lot. Good to see you again on another stream. We'll see you on the next one. Your grandfather's sister lives in Trone's district. He's the wine guy. He's got the wine stores. Skittles district, yeah, definitely. You don't see that. You got 4 or 5 different colors in one of these. Oh yeah, that okay. Gotcha. You don't have family in a non-East Coast state besides Illinois. Okay, well, they're having their primary today. You can get some local info from them, I would imagine. All right, a little bit more here in the 12th, but not much has changed. It's probably going to be bossed, but still got some time left. Trones ads. He's going hard progressive. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, you're going to be close to that Senate election there with Hogan. I wonder if Hogan is really even spending time on the primary, or he's just pretty much running a general election campaign at this point. Connecticut does not have wine in the grocery stores. Okay, they have to have separate liquor stores, something like that. A lot of these state to state regulations on everything are really inconsistent. Speed limits, that's a easy one to get tripped up on. So we got 88% in here. In the Buckeye State, Bernie Moreno has clinched it. He clinched it with 24% of the vote. That was a surprise. And I don't know where. I mean, oh, now Bernie. No, he did. He has every county. Shelby has flipped. All of a sudden, we got 95 in there. Now it makes sense. So this turned into a semi blowout. So not much bright spot here for Matt Dolan. So we got to see what Moreno does. I'm sure he should be excited. Trump should be excited. He got his guy again in Ohio. Is it going to be J.D. Vance and Bernie Moreno, or is it going to be J.D. Vance and Sherrod Brown again? And do we have anything in Arizona? Is this there's nothing. So here's an overview of the races. For president, nothing really of note. Biden and Trump completely cleaned up. You could look more into specific margins and specific counties and see if there's any area of concern. But again, some of these states have open primaries. Either way, they both dominated, and that's kind of the end of the story. And the notable U.S. House races, we're waiting on California's 20th. That's the Kevin McCarthy district because he's kind of done in Congress. So they're going to replace him. And then we've got Illinois' 4th. Turned out to not be that close. Chuy Garcia, the incumbent, he wins. Danny Davis in the 7th. And we're waiting on the Republican side in the 12th district. That is a very red district. The other ones are blue. So whoever wins this primary is probably going to win in the general. So that's where we're at. Uh, All right. Yeah, the gerrymandering in Illinois is, I mean, I've said that's the worst. I've looked at all the maps. I tried to have objective metrics. I've done a variety of videos on the best, the worst. I've looked at all of them. And there's different things you could do. But yeah, Illinois was and is the clear worst map. Now, North Carolina, the new one, that is pretty bad now. That is, there's no question about that. I haven't plugged in the numbers to compare that to Illinois because that just happened. But after the next election, I could probably look back at the numbers again and see if anything's changed. But again, I think back in the midterms in Illinois, I believe I should just look this up real quick. But in the state house, Republicans won the popular vote. They cleared 50%, but they lost seats. So it is gerrymandered in more ways than one. Grocery store called Market Basket. Looks like it's from the 80s. Are they going for that look, or it is just like it's so not updated at all? Connecticut and New York districts, yeah. I've looked at those maps. I know the GOP maps get a lot of attention for being gerrymandered, and some of them are. Uh, but Connecticut is an ugly map, and New York, not a great map, but definitely better than that first map when the Democrats put that one out, where it was like 4 seats were gonna go Republican, I think, and it's like, wow, that's like a massive lopside with that many seats. Hawaii it becomes safe red. Imagine that, 0.1%. If people have talked about that, they think, oh, because of the wildfires, that could it be competitive? I don't think it could be competitive at all. Could it go a little bit toward the right? Yeah, it's so blue. It could go a few points to the right and it's still not going to matter. Maybe it goes even further toward the right, but it's still not going to be, I don't think, remotely competitive. Big Y in Connecticut, all right. Yeah, the districts, I like it. We're talking local grocery stores. But yeah, the districts in New York, I know I looked at them. I did put out my video a week or two ago about the new map review, and there's some changes, not a ton, but I would guess the Democrats are at least going to pick up another seat there. They could pick up another 2 seats by narrow margins. Yeah, I know. I heard Courtney was supposed to be competitive at some point, and I know I did look back at that, and I thought, like, how is this that competitive? But oh well. Yeah, Hawaii safe red. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't think it was extremely off in 2004. I don't think it was some massive landslide, but it's a blue state. It's extremely blue. better chance winning the lottery for sure. King Black, hello? Hello, thanks for stopping by. Don't know if you just showed up or if you've been lurking, but maybe you're new to the channel. Either way, here we are. And the pace of the action has slowed down, but let's see if there's any updates. And now it's called here in the 6th. Ohio, Michael Ruley. He's going to be the nominee. And that's tantamount to victory. This is a red district. He's going to win in November, barring something dramatic happening. Oh, and then yeah, it's hard to forget that the Bill Johnson special election district, Bill Johnson, who retired or stepped down early in Ohio. In this 12th district, what's going on here in Illinois? It's kind of stagnated. You're new here. Well, everybody had to show up first at some point. So you made it. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. Maybe you've seen some videos. Maybe you've seen none of the other videos. Zero. Well, there's a 850 video catalog for you to go back and take a look at. I'm sure at least 3 or 4 of those are pretty good. This election will have one state that will flip Republican. That would be a surprise. Most likely not Hawaii, but I have a few on my short list. I'm guessing Minnesota might be on that list, but if that happens, then this is a landslide for Trump. You won $4 from the lottery. That's lame, yeah. If you're counting the scratch off tickets too, or just purely the lottery, like Powerball, Mega Millions, whatever it is. Second stream. Yeah, this is, I don't know how many streams this is. This is 5, maybe 6 lifetime. So we're fitting in a stream. Even though there's really not, it seemed like this was going to be exciting the first 30 minutes after the polls closed in Ohio, then it just totally fell off. You might have had your popcorn out and everything ready for a nail biter, but that didn't pan out. Every county going to Bernie Moreno. Sherrod Brown already coming out after Moreno. And he's got to come out and go on the attack. Sherrod Brown, he can't just sit back. He knows he's in a Trump state. He's got to do anything. He's got to try to craft the image of Moreno as some out of touch car salesman. Maura Healey had a gaffe, eh? Hmm. I've not heard the comments actually. I'm interested to know now. What is this? Is it gonna have any staying power, or is it one of these things just for a few days, and then it'll burn out in the news cycle? If I won the Powerball, would I still continue the channel? Assuming it's a lot of millions and millions of dollars. Uh, I think there could be changes, but I don't. I think it's fun to get on here and cover stuff. I think I'd be able to make some tweaks where I'd have, I don't know, do more. I could do more streams and focus more on just the biggest viewer gets in my videos, the most popular types of videos. Do those, cut out some of the more difficult to make videos and the time consuming videos. And of course, then I could move on to hiring some sort of a staff to keep the channel going, expand, do more marketing, and at least so I could be more involved in a sense, but it would just be less directly making content. But hopefully, it could expand. There could be additional things involved. But of course, that's not going to happen. Uh, Baker, yeah. I thought he would have ran for a third term, but he didn't. Aod and Morse thought Aod specifically hammering Healy's policies and comments. Do you consider Montana a Trump Republican state or establishment? Hmm. Yeah, I would say probably say closer to the Trump side, I would guess. Because Montana is its own state. It's a huge state, and I don't think it's the most Trump friendly, but I don't think they're like um Utah where that's establishment country. Um Montana, if for the U.S. Senate, yeah, that is a toss-up. If that's what we're talking about, Healy basically said that assault just happens, and the most recent murder that happened from an illegal immigrant in Massachusetts. Hmm. Is there? I'll look into that, but is there a legitimate backlash, like, or is it kind of just exaggerated and it's only in like, is it only conservative media picking that up? I don't know how widespread it is. If it was, I haven't heard about it, but again, I can't hear about everything. I don't know how much of a scandal it is, or if it's just a an off the cuff comment she made in poor taste, but it's gonna just fizzle out. All right, we've got James. Hello, you made a Nevada congressional map that had the first third district shifting left while the fourth shifting right and becoming a swing seat. And the second stagnating. Is this a win for the Democrats or the Republicans? Well, I'd have to exactly look at the numbering. The numbering I can't remember off the exact top of my head which one is which, but which one is the solid red one? That's the one I have to get a refresher on. But let's see. If any one of those districts goes more to the right, that's going to be a win. It's going to be a loss for the Democrats because they set it up to get those three other seats. So if they, I don't, I think this is right now. It's the most optimal it could be for the Democrats. Now theoretically, they could lose all three on a big red wave, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I would think any weakening of that Nevada map, where Democrats come out with three seats out of the four, I think that's going to be a win for the Republicans there. It's tough to debate what exactly a fair map is going to be. There's so many different factors. Everybody has their own thoughts on it. Okay, Sounds like we might agree if we're still talking about Montana being a little bit more of a Trump state. Would Baker beat Warren if he ran for Senate? I don't know. I think we talked about that earlier, but this year or last time? That's the question. Or 6 years ago, or in 24. If we mean this year, I would think Warren would win. That's my guess. The second is the GOP seat. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, anything other than what it is now is gonna hurt the Democrats because that pretty much the Democrats really they they did the opposite of what Republicans do in a state like Utah, where you take the the blue vote and you're gonna crack it, but you're gonna crack it just enough to be in your favor, where you can either have the district be red or blue and drown out the other vote. And in Nevada and Las Vegas, they cracked it to have the Democrats get 3 seats out of it. Okay, legitimate backlash. Okay, I'll take a look at that at some point if I get some free time. You, Dave's redistricting, good site, good stuff. Um, the question I always think for redistricting, like in speaking of New Hampshire, when they have two districts, and is the fairest thing to do to have both districts be pure toss ups? It's kind of an even state, slightly toward the Dems, but should both districts be toss ups where in any election both sides can win both? Or should it be more that both sides kind of get one of those districts? One of them is going to lean blue, one of them's going to lean red. Is that fair? Or is it just fair to have them both as pure toss ups? I think there's some legitimate debate in that. Let's go back to the 12th. We got nothing really here, nothing in Arizona. Just kind of hanging out here on Ohio. And let's go back to the comments. Yeah, I will look into that more Healy thing. Who do you think is more liberal, Charlie Baker or Phil Scott? Now that's a great question. I You guys might know more if you really know more about those local politicians and know more about their track records. But yeah, that one I don't know. They're very close in my opinion. Yep, the Illinois map, it's terrible, it's bad. Three deep red districts, one that is maybe competitive, and the rest are all for the Democrats. But even that fourth one is still lean for the Dems. There was a proposal to do with away with the MCAS graduation requirement. Okay, Healy said she doesn't support getting rid of it. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, getting rid of the standardized tests, that's always an issue. And usually Democrats, they like to get rid of it. I put up a community story the other day about in Washington State getting rid of the requirement to pass the state bar, something like that. The problem is Craig is embracing Healy way too much. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what that's like if people over there in smaller states, if they want a neighboring state's governor to really be even slightly involved in their own state having an election. I mean, I don't know how much I would really care about a neighboring state's governor if I'm not in that state. I mean, and they're not in my state. All right, so again, here's the upcoming schedule. There's totally nothing happening the next few weeks. Not until Pennsylvania, but even that, I don't know how much there's going to be to watch there. David McCormick for the Republicans, is he going to be the guy? And by the guy, I mean the guy to lose to Bob Casey. But then we've got some Indiana. We've got some stuff starting to happen as we get more into election season. Things could always change. %90 of the voting. Marino. He's at 50.4. Okay, the 6th, that's over. We're done with that one. Let's go back to Illinois' 12th. And we are down to 8 people in here. Odom, hello. Well, hello, thanks for making it. You're one of the 8 people we've got in here. That's great. Glad you can make it if you're brand new. Thanks a lot for showing up. You're heading to bed. All right, I understand. This is kind of a slow last hour, so I understand. Uh, gubernatorial community polls. Yeah, once we get closer, I tend to do those as the election gets close because I know if I put up a poll now, it's like it's just so far out. I like to put them up right before an election or close to the election. But I mean, like I did in the midterms 2 years ago, I put out the polls leading up to the election, and I did it for 23 in those races too. So there'll be some out there. Again, usually it's one every 3 days. I don't want to crowd it out, put up too many, but they'll happen at some point. The closer you get to the election, the more compelling the data is going to be for a poll, at least on my own channel. Oh, is McCormick running uncontested? I haven't really glanced at that as of late, but then there's really nothing happening there of any note. I'd have to look at the down ballot stuff. Okay. Okay, the whole curriculum is based on that. MCAS. All right, that makes sense. Delaware is slowly sinking into the ocean due to it being on a fault line. Oh man, we don't want that. It isn't that the governor and their state itself. It's Craig's problems more of state policies that Healy supports and Craig supports too, which are very unpopular, like sanctuary cities. Yeah, I know there. Some of these things I will probably be polling about eventually on my own tab, but I've got the TikTok poll up. That's the newest one from a couple days ago. Good stuff, good results. Sometimes I'm surprised, sometimes I'm not surprised at all. I used to do the community poll recaps, but those videos usually it's kind of a lot of effort, and a lot of those videos don't get a lot of views. It's hard to put in a lot of effort for very little payoff. Eventually, if there was enough people, you'd do some sort of a weekly type of a stream or something, maybe every month, covering the community polls. But the channel's just not there yet. We hit 1,000, we hit 2,000, we hit 2,300, but we got to get it up more. We got to go 25, 300, 3,000, 3,500, etc. And now we are closing in on 4 hours on the stream. So at 4 hours, you get a little tired and cramped. So I know some people got to get to bed. I understand. Ayat spoke to a crowd, and she mentioned the Healy endorsement and got laughter. Well, maybe she was speaking to a friendly crowd. Uh, Newsom's endorsement of Presley in Mississippi, different state, still could be used effectively against you. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the endorsements do have impact. Sometimes people will have to disavow an endorsement. Sometimes it's a celebrity and it has weight to it. Sometimes it just does not matter who the endorsement is from. So it's tough. Um, New Hampshire is against having the border crisis come into their state. Yeah, the border, that's that's an issue. And not just at the border. It is spilling over into other states. We've seen the polling on it. Yep, yeah, it should have name recognition, even though she's been out of office for a little while. Um, you want a Presley to win. Well, you got Tate Reeves, though. He's in there. Now we don't. I mean, yeah, I get it. Presley made it close, but now there's going to be a lot less vetoes in Mississippi. New Hampshire passed a sanctuary city ban. Are there any carve outs, or is it like a straight up blanket ban and that's it? Uh, anyway, Primal B, how do you appraise Marino's chances in the general election? Well, I mean, it's not a satisfying answer, but it's March. I can't really say with a lot of confidence what it is. It seems like people think Marino is a little bit weaker, and therefore Brown has a little bit of an advantage. Maybe. My last prediction had Brown with a tilt victory, and I'm not going to change that. I would still leave the race as tilt for Brown. Now we know it's Marino. I have no idea how he's going to pan out. We'll see what it's like in 2 or 3 months, see how he gets going once we get past the spring, maybe into the summer. We'll see if he gains any traction and what the national environment looks like. But I think it's a toss up, no question about that. I just don't know enough. I mean, he's the car salesman guy. I mean, he's going to have opportunities to have stuff used against him. He could be viewed as out of touch. Just a rich car dealer, used car salesman. But maybe he turns out to be have the right messaging and he runs a great campaign. That's possible. I think everybody's fair game to criticize, even if you end up supporting somebody who doesn't enjoy bashing politicians. It's easy to do, and there's usually criticism there for every single politician. Tay Reeves, he has the Peter Griffin look. All right, you're hoping for Stein in North Carolina. Robinson reminds me of Healy with the insane unqualifying comments. That is going to be the biggest race, I think. New Hampshire and North Carolina, but North Carolina I think is going to be the bigger race. It's a bigger state, and Mark Robinson, man, that guy. There's just going to be a lot of focus on North Carolina. But New Hampshire's a big state as well. Also, Washington. We want to take a look at that, see what happens there, if that could get competitive or if it ends up not really being competitive. And plus, Phil Scott in Vermont. That's another one. So, yeah, Republican trifecta. I mean, that did narrow up though, right? It's precariously a trifecta though, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think some other people have a lot easier time making harder predictions, and then if they end up not panning out, they just change them later on, or they say no, at the time it made sense that they had this prediction. But I'd like to keep it open. I keep it pretty much open. I don't want to just. I don't really do toss-ups on my prediction videos. I think it's kind of unfair to just say here's a toss-up on 6 states, but some people are really hard. I mean, I get all the different comments on all the different sides saying this is happening and this is not happening. And my response is usually maybe. Certain things are too unreasonable to have happen. I put out the best case scenario for Biden and Trump last 2 days. I try to keep it within reason. Here's some Arizona if you're looking for that. Yeah, I don't want to get too crazy with the predictions. There's a line where it gets too unreasonable for me. Illinois' 12th is narrowing, and there's still a few counties in the eastern area that have not reported. Looks like it's going to be really close. Let's go back again. And yeah, it's a 6 point advantage for the incumbent. Yeah, theoretically, these counties haven't reported, and the surrounding counties have gone for Bailey. And the vote here for Bost, most of it is in. Yeah, he ran up big margins. Yeah, these U.S. House races, once you get down to it, there's regional rifts and splits just on each side. If you're from one part of the district, you're going to win that part of the district, seemingly. We saw that in Alabama and that Republican primary there in the first congressional district with Jerry Carroll. I think that's the first. Maybe. Yeah. You're heading out? Rando. All right. Well, hey, we did another stream. I'm sure I'll be seeing you in the comments. So have a good one. See you next time. A lot of comments I've seen on various politics channels and comment sections of both YouTube and Instagram just feel like wish casting. That is a lot of it. A lot of people put down what they want to see happen. They can't, it's hard for people to put down something they don't want to see happen. I mean, I get it. I try to split things as evenly as I can and do it as fairly as I can and go by what I think, but sometimes margins are so borderline. It can be a challenge to do ratings. Can't say with certainty. A lot of people will do that. Trump or Biden will win. That solidify. Sorry, solidly. That will win that solidly because they're just as unpopular. Yeah, it's tough. That's why there's an opening for a third party. Kennedy, he's coming in. Maybe he's got to get ballot access, gather signatures. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. Trump is not in office. He's not totally in the spotlight, but he will be, presumably, in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. He's going to be out there doing rallies. He's going to be in the news all the time. That could be off putting for some people who thought he was out of office and they hated him. They could come back and end up saying, you know what, I wasn't a big fan of Biden. I don't like the inflation. I don't like the border, but Trump is too crazy. They don't want to deal with it. That's a possibility. But maybe the damage is done. And Biden's got his issues, and maybe there's no way he can recover. Who knows? All right, so not sure how long we're gonna go here. Wow, 52% in Arizona. Where'd that come from? Already 73 in Maricopa? All right, this might be an appropriate moment to take another 1 minute break. So if you need to go to the bathroom, grab something to eat, be back in just a moment. All right. Well, the chat has dried up. Maybe everybody left. What have we got? We're down to 4 people. I'm going to have to blame the lack of action on these elections. But still got a vote coming in here in Illinois' 12th. But we probably could wind this down pretty soon. We did get a good amount in here. We were in 25 at some point. But it's getting late. The action is dwindling. Thoughts on the Illinois results? Well, there's not a whole lot here, but for the Democrats, they're incumbents. They all won by decent margins. Danny Davis, Garcia, and Mike Bost here. He's the incumbent. He's in the lead, but we don't know what's going to happen. It's close, but I don't know. Sometimes there's challenges to the more establishment candidates, and it's hard to take them out, and it looks like they're favored. It's closer here on the Republican side, but there's not really a lot happening here in Illinois. I mean, they do have there's this ballot question. Here's more Illinois. This is here's a close one. Cook County State's Attorney. Look at how close this one is. 2%. And we've got this referendum that looks like it's not passing. Other than that, I don't know how many takeaways there really are here. You didn't even know there were elections today? Well, I've got you covered. I mean, that's what this channel's for. Keep you reasonably updated and informed. But yeah, the primary schedule, again, it's here. Here's what we've got coming up. Most of these are just for president. The statewide other congressional elections, those start to kick in late April in Pennsylvania, and then in May we go Indiana, and then we start to get into it. So it's going to heat up in May. It'll be 6 months out. So Bernie Moreno clears 50%. You were an election judge in Illinois, and this was record low turnout. Muslim insurgents got creamed. I'm not sure what that last part is for. We're talking about in the primaries. They were maybe that's in those Democratic primaries. That might be what you're going for. But you were an election judge, meaning today, or you mean I would guess not today, but in the past, the Chicago tax kind of a big deal. I have heard about this, and it looks like it's not going to pass. And there was that referendum a few years ago for the progressive tax that was statewide, and that failed. But it did, I believe, it passed in Cook County, which means it failed overall in the state. But Cook County did vote in favor of it, if I can recall correctly. So, what are the updates here? There's not much here. We've got 4 activists have been arrested on trespassing charges outside Adam Schiff's office. The posts indicate the protesters seeking a ceasefire in Gaza tried to get in after demanding to speak to Schiff, who's in Washington. All right, so we got a little bit of action there in Blue, California. "82-year-old incumbent won the Democratic House primary in California." I believe that's Danny Davis. Still waiting on this 12th district. Bracing yourself for even more campaign ads and texts coming down the barrel of the next few months. I mean, it probably depends where you're at, but sure. D primaries, Illinois, multiple members of Muslim community ran vicious campaigns in the primaries and they got crushed. I see. If they were all incumbent, challenging incumbents, though, that would be difficult. If it was an open seat, that would be something that I would think to take a look at. But hmm. So yeah, there's not much actually happening. This is kind of winding its way down. Fair number of pro-Palestine stickers and flyers posted around your college, California. Occasional Israel one, but they both seem to get torn down. I always hated tearing down a sign somebody else puts up, if it's in their own yard or on the street. I don't like to see that. I mean, even if it's something I totally disagree with, it's like, well, this isn't my sign. Who cares if other people see it? A good number of people here at least seem to have made it one key issue, at least right now. Hmm, gotcha. And yeah, the turnout was mentioned a moment ago in Illinois. Yeah, I would guess this is low turnout. So it's hard to say how much impact a primary is going to have in a general with low turnout. You know, would this cycle be considered dull? It really depends on how you want to look at it because, on one hand, it's not dull at all. If Trump and Biden, there's a lot of material there, a lot of entertainment, a lot of storylines. That is exciting. But as far as election coverage and competition, not really. That is a little bit more dull. A lot of races were uncompetitive or uncontested, or somebody won in a landslide. So there's some truth to it. This started off as like an edge of your seat nail biter, and this ended up not being anything in Ohio. Your prediction depends what it's for, but I mean, yeah, if you have a relevant election prediction, your precinct in DuPage suburbs IL reported lower turnout in the primary than for the 2022 midterm primaries. Yeah, that is interesting. Good 2020 to 2024 at record. It could, yeah, because of, well, it depends. We don't know what's going to happen with ballots and mail-in ballots. Last time there was COVID and there were a lot of mail-in ballots going out. And the turnout, of course, went up if people were just mailing them in. Now, we don't know what's going to happen next time. Some states are going to say, we got to do that again. And that turnout might not drop off as much. A lot of people say the same things being said about Trump and Biden that have already been said before. Yeah, a lot of stuff gets repetitive, but a lot of people just do not pay attention to politics. They might vote in the end, but they tune out politics until the end. And other people pay a little bit of attention to it. They hear things, but they don't really care what's happening. They're disaffected, or they don't like anybody, or they don't want to participate in the system, or they're too busy to follow what's happening. There's so many different types of people and voters, but there's a lot happening. It's easy to look at the polls now and think, well, this is what's going to happen, but sometimes things change even significantly. And we're back up to 7 people. How about that? I mean, I apologize. There's not much really to look at here. Trump and Biden win all the presidential primaries easily. Arizona, we've got some action coming in. Here's California. This is what we want to look at. Got something new right here. The 20th congressional district special election. This will replace Kevin McCarthy. It's a red district. The primary though. That's everything. And California normally has a top 2 primary. And in the special election, I actually have not confirmed. Let's see if there are any runoffs, or I mean, a second round. So yeah, what happened in the previous election for the fall? We had Vince Fong and Mike Boudreau. Those are the top 2. So this we're kind of doing the exact same thing as before, but this is for the to finish the remainder of that term. That gets complicated. That's not really that fun. But look at this district. This is a very ugly district. I mean, this is terrible. Now maybe it makes sense or whatever, but if you're just only talking about geography, this is way down there. This is the toilet district. Yeah, this looks like, I mean, to me at a glance, it kind of looked like a toilet. Maybe somebody's sitting on it. But Vince Fong was endorsed by Trump, so I would expect him to win. Um, I hope primaries had less, though, probably because there's no governor's race. That's true, and there's no Senate race in Illinois this year either. Okay, it sounds like you're not excited. I get that. Got some splits in the families. You got some conservatives. You got some liberals. That's how it goes. It's always fun around the holidays. Just as long as Trump wins. Okay, so a lot of people just purely will blindly vote for a person or a party. It happens all the time. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. Uncontested governor primary in 2022. Okay. New voters registering. Yeah, that's something to look at. Which voters are, who's gaining in party registration. Let's see, what else do we have here that's still outstanding? Arizona. If you care about this, Trump has won, or he's leading in every county. He's leading by huge margins, except we got nothing here in Santa Cruz County. Let's see, we've got an update here. A modest but spirited crowd gathered on Tuesday at Foley Ranch, a restaurant and bar near North Phoenix, to hear Kari Lake watch results. Like, Lake hit familiar GOP themes, including inflation, crime, and border security. Does anybody fight for us like President Trump? She asked the crowd. We're going to work the next 7 months to make sure he's the president of the United States and I'm your senator. All right? Maybe. Maybe not, though. We'll see. I don't know why this district has not updated in a while. Very little happening. Want to see these counties here. See if they narrow it up. How's Republican versus Democratic turnout in swing states? Well, I'd have to think back on what we've seen in other streams. But in here, if we look at Arizona, that'd be the one that's the swing state. And we've got 76% of the vote. We've got Republicans at 581,000. Here we've got 78%. Democrats 414,000. So neither side really contested, but Republicans have definitely a good chunk of more vote than the Democrats. But again, the turnout is low. Sometimes there's open primaries. It's hard to really gauge. Yeah, I know, of course, it makes sense. Hey, Trump wins every county. That's true. That's why there's nothing really to look at. That's why a lot of people probably already left. Well, Lake might not win. That's true. She could also pull it out. Sometimes complacency sets in. People let their guard down. Yeah, the 12th in Illinois, it's stagnated. It's sitting here. I mean, Lake already lost statewide. I mean, it was close. She lost. But that's usually, I think, it's not a good look. Where you come back 2 years later to run statewide again, I guess it could pay off sometimes, but I mean, her name ID is going to be way high. That's the one advantage. But if it goes like it did for governor, yeah, it's not going to be a good look there for Lake. Okay, this did not update here. Decision desk. I think I got that up here. Let's go to Illinois. All right, this is actually not loading. There it is. They don't have the map. Or maybe it's just me and there is a map, but so that has a little bit more. That must be these counties coming in. Looks like it's going to narrow up. A lot of vote dump for Bailey. We'll see. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that AZ race. We'll see what happens. Jewish farmers in Illinois would be more pragmatic with their politics. Bailey is a woof. If everyone was more pragmatic with their politics, we'd definitely be better candidates. It depends. I think a lot of people think we probably should just start by getting money out of politics, break that kind of stranglehold. Then we could go from there. Both sides are just the duopoly, the corporate duopoly. You hear a lot about all that stuff. I don't know if anybody was going to win against Pritzker, even if it was some really centrist candidate. You voted against Trump's endorsement. You voted for Jesse Sullivan. Are we talking about the Illinois governor's primary last time? Ah, yeah, there it is. Next sentence. Let's see if this is going to update here. Nope. We're up to 11. Wow, I don't know. Somehow we got more people coming in. As it's gotten later, it spiked, then it dropped off, and now it goes back up a little bit. Maybe other people have stopped streaming, and people want to get their fix for streaming. Yeah, we're still going. I don't know how long we're gonna go. Maybe a little bit longer. We'll see. Let's go back to California here. All right, now Vince Fong. They got 81% of the vote in. He's back on top, and I imagine that's going to pretty much overlap with the old results from Super Tuesday, where Fong had 42%. And again, I think they should have just did this on the same day. It is kind of weird that 2 weeks later they got to do another election to fill the rest of this term. Uh, he's the Karen candidate. Okay. AZ GOP is a disaster. Bailey didn't stand a chance. Yeah, I don't think anybody was going to beat Pritzker, though. Love your channel. Thanks a lot. Total Ham fan. Tottenham fan. 777. Well, you might be new, so I appreciate you stopping by. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Join, donate, whatever you want to do to support the channel. It's super chats too. We haven't it's been a while on a super chat, but those are always an option. Okay. You hope the channel grows a lot. Going into the fall election, super underrated. Yeah, the question is, why is it underrated? I mean, there's a million different factors, but yeah, I don't know what the deal is. The growth is generally slow. Maybe it's tags, keywords, maybe marketing, maybe social media promotion. The quality itself, yeah, it seems to be, it's steady and it's reasonable quality. I don't know. I also think maybe if you go hard in one direction, then you're going to get more of an established base. Some people, they do want something a little bit more in the middle, but at the same time, if you go all in on one direction, that could have its advantages. I think Richard Irvin, is that his name? I think that just hit me if we're talking about that in the GOP primary there. I'm throwing that name out there if that means anything. What's the difference between the CA election and the one from 2 weeks ago? The one from 2 weeks ago is the primary for the November general election for the next term that starts in January. Today it's the primary to fill the remainder of Kevin McCarthy's term. That's what it is today. And I think there's runoffs in this. That's the only part I'm not sure of, unless it's just some outright winner. Because sometimes states change their election rules for special elections. I mean, it says right up here, this is to fill the vacancy by McCarthy, which ends in early 2025. So this is just to sit here for the next 7 months, or actually at this point it's about 9 months to 9 to 10. Okay, watching for a few weeks. Okay, good stuff. Love the unbiased approach. Yeah, that usually happens. Of course, given the number of issues out there, sometimes I have certain opinions, and sometimes they go in one direction, sometimes they go in a different direction. I got a lot of variety, but a lot of times I'm just like to cover what's happening, the results, and there's no need to really go hard in a direction looking at polling or elections. But specific issues, sometimes I've got a stronger opinion. But again, I've got the one video, Why Both Parties Suck. I got that up there. And that tells you a little bit about what I think of each side. Of course, it's all a case-by-case scenario. All right, Arizona is called for Trump, 76%. Biden also wins it. Bernie Moreno, 50.5%, 93% of the vote in. Illinois 12th, not updating here on New York Times. It is. Oh, here we go. 90% in on decision desk. Now it's down to 50.7 for the incumbent Mike Bost. New York Times, they're leaving us hanging. We're waiting for an update. Painful to see this channel at 2K. Trash like LTE and REP are so high. Don't sacrifice. Well, I couldn't really even sell out. I mean, there's a few issues I could go be passionate about, but I'm also just passionate about seeing what happens. But at the same time, I mean, if theoretically, if you go completely on one side, like I guess these other guys might do, maybe that's working for them, and maybe they're actually having success in their, you know, paying their bills, whatever they're doing. That's the bottom line. I mean, if something is not going to be successful, you can only do it for so long. So there's definitely different facets, different things to consider. But yeah, I haven't really watched a lot of other channels as of late. I try to focus only on my channel and other things I've got going on. So I don't know what these guys are saying as of late. Did they stream tonight? Did they already end it? Are they happy? Are they disappointed? Who knows? But I guess, those are the bigger guys. But there's a lot of smaller channels out there that are really trying to get it up. I mean, I've been doing videos every day for almost 2 years. And we already hit 2,000. We hit 2,300 the other day. Over 2 years on the channel. And I don't know, maybe people have a hard time finding it. I don't know. A lot of different factors. You watched that one recently. Both parties suck. Okay, you agree with me? Yeah, that video. Yeah, sometimes people go, well, where do you stand on this? What do you think about that? I go, well, it's going to depend. But if you want a little bit of a guidance, that video answers some questions. Of course, there's always exceptions. But a tier ranking of license plates. Yeah, I did do that. That video, not a lot of success on that video. So technically, I probably shouldn't have done it. But some of those kinds of videos just don't bring it in. But I did do that tier ranking. I try to analyze it, and it's tough. It's really tough to pick your license plate. There's so many different factors, but yeah, it's kind of fun. If people like tier rankings and silly license plates. See, oh, it took you 2 years to see a plate from each state. Yeah, there's some tough ones out there. Hawaii is a tough one. Alaska, Rhode Island, that's another tough one. And this is still not updating. Let's go back here to decision desk. And also, I don't think it got brought up here tonight, but people tend to also enjoy the voice. It seems to be a factor in some people for why they come to this channel. They like the voice, they like the laid back atmosphere, whatever it is. I guess other people, they don't have a great voice or the atmosphere is not pleasant. But yeah, I mean, hopefully the channel can go up. I've been doing this over 2 years now. Covered all the primaries back in 2022 for that midterm. Covered every primary. A lot of those videos, they're there. Not a lot of people watching them. But every primary, every redistricting map, the midterms, all the key races, and then everything since. The one thing that surprised me was I think the Louisiana governor's election. That just avoided the runoff. I thought there was a small chance that could happen, but it ended up avoiding the runoff, which makes it easier on me to not have to cover a runoff. But I thought that one was not going to go to a runoff, so I didn't get to update my prediction. And but anyway, so what else are we waiting on? Wow, this is already up to 81% of the vote. We got polls out today. We've got Nevada Senate. They're looking good here for Rosen. She's up by 6 and 9 respectively over Sam Brown and Jim Marchant. All right. Still going strong. Red Legion. Yeah, yeah. Were you here earlier? I don't recall. Maybe I've forgotten, but this thing is still going. We had more people show up somehow after it started to fizzle out. But yeah, I mean, we can't go forever on this thing. Sometimes it's easier with less people, but at the same time, it's also probably better with more people. Okay. Well, good to have you back. Did you go to other channels or you just had to take care of some other things in life? Let's see. What are we at? We got 9 people now. So maybe it is now. It's actually getting even even later. So I don't know what else is left. There's not a whole lot here. This kind of sums it up. Just waiting on Illinois' 12th. That's pretty much it. And okay, this 20th, Vince Fong, he's advancing. Um, still, this 12th district, it's not moving. What are my thoughts on Bernie winning it in Ohio? Ultimately, not a lot. I thought he was going to win a little bit, but he won by a wider margin than expected. I think everybody thinks that. He's going to win he's winning this thing by he's getting close to 20 points now. That is a surprise. That I didn't think that would happen, but the late breakers went hard, I guess. And as for the general election, Sherrod Brown, it looks like he's sitting pretty. He's going to come out against Marino as out of touch. I don't know what's going to happen. My last prediction had Brown up by a tilt margin. I would leave that because I just don't know what Marino is going to do. We got to see what he's going to do over the next few months. It's a moderately red state at this point. So Brown's looking for crossover support. We'll see what Marino does. It's a toss-up. Could go either way. Am I conservative or liberal? Well, the answer to that is, of course, it depends on the issues. I've got a lot of scattered issues. Sometimes I'm way out on my own, depending on the topic. But the short answer is, take a look at that video on the channel. That's why both parties suck. That'll give you, I was just talking about that a little bit ago. That should be the main featured trailer video on the channel. I think I still have that up there. And that'll give you some answer as for that question. Can't say you expected Moreno to win every single county. Thought it'd be at least kind of close. Yeah, I did not think he would just clean sweep every county. Let's see, where was he? What was closest? All right. So Dolan cracks 40% in 4 counties. LaRose hits 40 in 1 county. And Marino, his lowest was 40%. So yeah, maybe Marino is a little weaker. Maybe he's not. I mean, maybe in 4 months, it doesn't matter. He's already crafted his campaign, and maybe Brown is on the defensive. What do you think about North Carolina in the future? The direction of Florida or Colorado? Um, it depends how far in the future we're talking about. Anything that's beyond like 5 to 10 years is just incredibly difficult to predict. But it doesn't really strike me as either. It seems like it would be slightly blue trending, in my opinion, but I don't think it would go all the way to Colorado, but then also going all the way to Florida. That's, again, I got to see what Florida does. We haven't had enough cycles in Florida to know exactly how far to the right it's going to go. But North Carolina, it's kind of one of these balanced states. It does tend to be won by the Republicans, but I don't think the Democrats are out of it. I don't know what they're going to do post Trump. It's tough. That was your prediction for AZGOP's political future in Grand Canyon State. Yeah, and also, yeah, in North Carolina, the Mark Robinson race, that is going to be fascinating. That could be a problem. Maybe Robinson ends up spinning his wheels and he just doesn't, he's not able to overcome any controversy and he ends up losing by 5 points. Maybe. So we'll see what happens. It's hard to really make a lot of predictions. I mean, maybe it's more fun if I just make up predictions and half of them pan out, half of them don't. But I kind of like to just watch and see what happens, but there's always surprises with election results. Well, RFK he already announced, or I guess he did not announce, but there's news about his speculation that he will announce Nicole Shanahan for his running mate there. And if that pans out, that is a surprise. I think it's a surprise for everybody, but goes to show you can't really predict somebody's gonna pick as a running mate. But I think that I thought he would have picked somebody more well known. I guess she might have some funding connections, but I thought he was gonna go for somebody a little bit more well known to really show that he's serious. And there's two big names running. If he picks somebody nobody's heard of, yeah, he could get her name recognition up, and plus he's the one at the top of the ticket. But I thought he was going to get somebody a little more high profile. I didn't think it was going to be Aaron Rodgers. There was talk about Jesse Ventura, maybe Tulsi before, and there's still talk about RFK even running on the Libertarian ticket. But it doesn't really look like that's going to happen. But we'll see what happens because, yeah, I really don't know much about her besides what people have been talking about the last few days. So we're waiting on Trump's running mate as well. That's that's something we're going to take a look at. I've been saying Tim Scott for a while is a little bit more likely than not. So maybe that happens. You're getting burnt out on politics recently, even though you try to keep up, it just gets really tiring. When everyone says every election is the most important one. Oh, yeah, there's no question about that. Every election is the most important one until the next one. I don't know if we're ever going to not hear that, but I completely agree with that. I always hear that, and it's easy to get burnt out. I get burnt out. That's why I try to change it up and do spinner battles and coin flips or dice battles. And it's hard to do it every day, and it's certainly not interesting every day following politics and hearing everything is as existential. You don't feel represented by either party, but I still try to pay attention regardless. That works. You don't have to agree with anybody on everything. I would think that would be almost impossible. But if you can agree with somebody, if you can get it up to half, that's probably pretty good, I would say. If you go over half, that would be impressive. But usually I could find some agreement with anybody on at least a two or three things, maybe around a quarter of different things. And then I'm going to disagree with another quarter. But yeah, a lot of people don't feel represented. A lot of disaffected voters out there. Well, we're coming up on the 5 hour mark. So I think it would probably be a good time to kind of wind it down here over the next few minutes. We'll say we hit 5 hours and we pretty much wrapped it up. So we went for a while here on this stream with not a lot of action. It looked like it was going to be a lot of action, but ended up not being it that much. Okay, they're saying Boss defeated Bailey. Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe I can I'll might cover this when I recap these results for tomorrow. Maybe they'll be maybe the results will be in this race because I don't know why New York Times has not updated it at all. But if it is going to be a victory for Boss, that's a close one because especially because Trump endorsed Boss, but he endorsed Bailey in that governor's election. Unless I mean that's what I think happened. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, you find it helpful to talk to people from each side. Let's see where we agree, both sides, help them understand. Yeah, that's generally a good idea. Of course, once in a while, though, some issue or some people, they're not going to budge on anything. You know, they're going to have some opinion. It's going to be maybe on the fringe, maybe it's not on the fringe, but they're just locked in and they're not going to budge no matter what. So sometimes you got to recognize if it's a losing battle or if it's going to be fruitless. But yeah, it's good to always look at multiple sources. I say that with polling all the time, but even with politics or even non politics, get multiple sources, take a look at different perspectives. And sometimes it's hard to know what to think about something. But more information is usually better. All right, Red Legion, you're taking off. We're going to be winding it down really soon anyway, just a couple of minutes. So you didn't miss much, at least at the end here. So have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. So anyway, yeah, we're at about the 5 hour mark. Another 5 hour stream. We'd certainly like to keep it going here. Some people might get on there for what, an hour and 45 minutes, maybe less. No, I want to get the full thing in. I didn't want to set up a stream and be done in 48 minutes, you know? Wanted to keep it going. Want to see who showed up. Had some regulars stop by. That's great. Always a couple new people that are able to make it. I remember I had somebody from Chile watching in South America a couple streams ago. That's always great. So if you're just showing up, glad you made it. The results are Trump and Biden easily win all the primaries in Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, and Ohio. And in the U.S. Senate election in Ohio, on the Republican side, Bernie Moreno, it was called with 24% of the vote in for Moreno, and now he's up to over 50%. Matt Dolan with 33%. Frank LaRose at 16.5%. Moreno wins every county. And in some of the down ballot congressional races, no real upsets. The results are here. I should cover this in tomorrow's video quickly. I mean, I'll just gloss over some of this. And then in Illinois, same thing. Incumbents win in those primaries. Only one we're waiting on here is the 12th district. It looks like Mike Boss, the incumbent, might have a slight edge. But that pretty much wraps it up. And we've got a couple other things. Cook County State's Attorney. And there's a referendum here for Chicago. It looks like no is leading by 7 to 8 points. This race here, Cook County State's Attorney, this is a very close election, though. A 2 point race with 85% of the vote. And finally, in California, special election to fill the remainder of McCarthy's seat. It's Vince Fong again. Looks like he's going on to the next round with 40% of the vote. And Mike Boudreau is in second place. So that is the recap. The discussions are really good. Glad to hear it. So I think we're gonna kind of cut it here. So again, thanks to everybody that showed up, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. Like, share, subscribe. Not sure when the next stream will be, but other than that, appreciate everybody coming out. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next video.